But they're actually like razor sharp. It's fucked up. That's all.
Those dice? Where did you buy your
Yeah,
dice
like
at?
they're just some fucking like regular, like basically I think sort of like our equivalent of GameStop kind of. But there was some higher end ones, like they're like, what would it
Are
be?
they metal?
I don't know. They're
Or-
like 30 USD diets for like 9 of them, like like one of each kind, sort of. And yeah, they're just, I don't know, they're so sharp. I don't understand.
All right. Well,
That's
yeah.
all.
That's all.
I'm
That's
dying
all.
over here. I'm being attacked.
He's like, that's all.
All right, I'm done.
That's all. That's
That
all.
was my bad.
That is all.
My biggest
Yep.
problem.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I want to welcome everybody back to yet another session of Adventures in Loxos, Season 3, the one-shots, where you guys are getting to play your secondary characters. And we have Mindoc with us today. So he's back. He gets to come back, and unfortunately, we lost Tempest for this session. So I guess we're just alternating everybody in and out of here right now. It's getting towards that time of summer and everything. I just imagine, people have things they have to do. I didn't really ask why he wasn't going to be here. Does that make me a bad friend? He's just like, I'm not going to be able to show up to the session. And I'm like, you're fired. Does that make me a bad friend that I didn't even ask, like, what's going on? Like, for all I know, he's like got a funeral or something, and I didn't even give any condolences.
Real friends tell each other to kill themselves.
Oh,
Yeah.
I agree with this message.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I guess with that being said, with that little bit of a PSA from your Dem Ol'school Gamers, let's get into it, guys. Briefest of recaps. You guys managed to find the secret door, the trap door. It wasn't really a secret, it's just kind of hidden. The trap door in the boiler room, taking you down to the sub-level of the basement here in the Shop of Dark Gifts. You fought some Shadowfell zombie mastiff dogs and some Shadowfell zombie men who are... I can't even look at that picture in the same way ever again after Andrew pointed it out last week. But we're not going to get into that. We're not getting lost on all that.
You've got a big ass dick.
Yeah. I guess rigor mortis does something for a guy, but
Talk about stiff.
yeah. Well, really, that's all that happened last session is you guys just cleared that room and then got down into the boiler room.
They don't discredit me.
Something, yeah, okay. I was gonna point these out. A couple of things happened last session. We got to see Eom fight for the first time, and his very first attack roll was a nat 20, which he just clobbered the crap.
Like my second.
I think it was your first. I'm almost positive that's the first time
I'm
you've ever.
sitting here.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter. I got him.
I'm pretty sure that's the first time you've ever attacked anybody, and that definitely was your first attack. You know what I mean? Because you didn't kill him. You didn't
I
kill
had that
him right
attack
away.
of opportunity.
Oh, that's true. That's true, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, you are splitting hairs. How dare you split thy hair? But
And it was also when my character was introduced, I put that dude in a chokehold, but I didn't really attack him.
Oh
Just
yeah, in
grappled.
your session 1. Yeah, your session 1. Yeah, you choked that dude out. Yeah, or your session 0, you choked that dude out.
That was more of a grapple though,
Which-
and I actually got chastised for not killing him.
Yeah, you sure did.
And I was like, "What the fuck did I do?
Yeah.
What did I do?"
Which reminds me, Patreon sent me a message. I got to reset all that up or something because right now our session 0s are just out in limbo. I might just turn around and post them on here now that we've gotten so far and yada yada yada. I don't know, but yeah. But right now I think it's all in limbo. But yeah, so you did that. all hair splitting aside, that was Eom's first debatable attack, and it was a nat 20. And then we had that was definitely Eom's first kill. And then we had something that Icy is particularly proud about was beaming that freaking Shadowfell ghoul in the face with a rock and knocking him off the boiler. That's what you wanted to talk about, isn't it? That's what you were talking about, isn't it? What you were so proud about when you said, "Don't sell me short." That's it, isn't it, Icy? That's your that's the thing. But you did. You chopped off his head almost instantly and then kicked it at the rest of the group, because the rest of the group were still at the front door for some weird reason of the room, each doing their own thing. So there's that.
Eom was ignoring you.
Yeah, Eom was ignoring you, and Tempest was currently, or Lucian was currently cleaning himself because he is a tabaxi, and yeah, and Agaragis was just hanging out on his shoulders, watching him do it in apt fascination. So there's all that. Yeah, so we had that happen, and you guys found the door, and that's where we left off. You guys were about to go down into that sub level, the second level of the basement, and see what's down there. I've made no bones about hiding it. We are on a forced march, which for you listeners at home who are unfamiliar with my terminology, the players, Dem Ol'school Gamers, are very familiar with this term now, and I tell them every time so as to not be, I usually tell them when we're like already in it, though. Instead of telling them beforehand, I usually let them get into at least one fight first. That way, I usually wait till we're in the middle of one, though, before I tell them, just to see how they're gonna handle the first fight of these things. See how many resources they use up and whatnot. But a forced march is basically, I just start putting them through fight after fight after fight. So that, it's the actual military term. So that's where we are now here in this session. And starting from the starting from the beginning, in no particular order, today we start off with Eom, android, who will be playing Eom, a woodwode, which is like a male dryad, only they are not tied to any particular tree. They are more like defenders of the trees. Eom is basically just a wooden man.
What's good with you?
Oh, just sitting back, relaxing. What'd he say? What's that South Park episode when Cartman decides he's gonna like join a gang or something? He's like, "What's up, homies? I was just hanging out with the East Side E's, with the East Side G's, hanging out with the East Side ELPs or something like that." I was like, "What did he just say?" That's an old episode, but it's because he's got the flat top like Kid and Play. Yeah, so funny. So, Android.
Like a red tracksuit or something.
Yeah, and he's got the gold chain. He's like, "What's up, homies?" So good. So good.
That is a good one.
Mm-hmm. So, what is a fun fact about Eom, Android?
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly how his internal anatomy works, but to that point, he does not know where the things he eats goes.
Like, he gets hungry though.
Well,
right.
I don't even necessarily know that, really. I think if he were to eat something, it would be purely like cosmetic, like because he doesn't necessarily taste it. I don't think he necessarily tastes. So I think he's eaten things in front of like Mag, for example, before, and it was just kind of like purely cosmetic. I think all he really requires is water and sunlight.
Yeah, photosynthesis. Yeah, he requires photo.
No,
Imagine that. Yeah.
you know, and
Like what? He just saw Mag eating one day and he was like, oh, this is what I should be doing. And
this is what we should be doing, type deal. Yeah, like, so I think if he eats, he doesn't necessarily know where it goes because he's like not sure that he even has a stomach. And I don't know exactly that he would really know what a stomach is. You
like,
know?
how one even
Like,
would
he's not
work.
necessarily stupid. I just don't think of him as terribly educated.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
intelligence is literally just a 10. So,
It's,
yeah,
what
I don't know that he knows what a stomach is per se,
So-
or even that he should be eating.
At the risk of sounding crude, so he's never pooped.
No, he doesn't poop.
So he eats, but he doesn't like necessarily digest. He doesn't know where. It's like that movie with Ben Stiller and Jack Black. Where does the poop go? Where does the poop? Where does the poop go?
Right. Like,
Crazy.
maybe perhaps logically it could just be like composting in there and spreading out into the rest of his body. Like, I don't know. Just spitballing here right now. But
If like he starts,
I don't think it's necessary for him to eat necessarily.
if he starts producing soil just out of random like parts of his body, that's gonna. Just like one day he wakes up in just some soil and he's like, where did this come from?
Right. He excretes oil.
Yeah. Well, that's everybody. Where does the poop go? Where does
Straight to his thighs.
Where does the poop go? Straight to his thighs. Then we have Mindoc, who will be playing the twins, Itarion and Sir Solixel.
And
They
I thought that they definitely. Oh, I don't know. Go on.
No, you go ahead. No, you go ahead. If you're excited to talk about them, you take the floor, sir. Don't let me stifle your creativity. Have at it.
No, I just thought of something for once, so I was like, "Oh yeah, cool! I can actually say something."
You got excited like a kid in class who never knows the answer when he does. His hand is like first up, and he's
Me
like,
teacher.
"Hey." Yeah.
But yeah, I was probably observably for the group at this point, since they've been traveling around together a little bit now. Yeah, so Silixo and Kateria definitely have a degree of like separation anxiety, seemingly. Like they sort of to like a sometimes like even inconvenient or like sort of inefficient extent do like everything they can together. They're just kind of it's like there's two of them. They're like close allies. You think they sort of split up and like get things done. It's like no. If one of them wants to go somewhere, like generally they'll both do it, unless it's like really, a situation like that maze thing where it just it was really like, all right, this is gonna take us like double the time if we don't split up. But yeah, they don't seem to like being apart very much.
Can you imagine going on a double date with these two? And they like doing everything together. Can you imagine going on a double date with them? I'm just gonna throw that out there. But yes, Itarion and Sir Solixel are a pair of high elf twins. They're a brother and sister duet. And they are artists. Was that a fair statement there, Mindoc? Would you say that they're artists? Would you say that they would look at themselves as artists?
First and foremost, absolutely. Above
First
everything.
and foremost. Their art, well, you'll see their art. You'll see their art. You'll begin as this season progresses. I think the viewers at home and the players alike will begin to realize just exactly what Sir Solixel and Itarion's art is. But yes, that is them. the twins. Who Lucian is not here, so we are going to get to Agaragis. Kassid 69. Who Kassid, are you there? Usually we get like a Ayo or something.
Yeah, my fault.
No, it's okay. We got Kassid 69 who will be playing Agaragis, the Mycetid Pion Mender, which is a homebrew class. Mycetid, for those of you at home who do not know what they are humanoid mushroom folk who stand about 4 feet tall, roughly about the size of a halfling. And interesting fact about Agaragis and Mycetid in general, for this homebrewed campaign in this homebrewed world of Loxos, Mycetid in Loxos aren't born with gender. They're born completely genderless, and as they mature, they form one or the other. Sometimes, though, the gender never develops, and they create a subrace of Mycetid known as the androgyny, which tend to look a little mutated and a little funky at times. And that's exactly what Agaragis is. Agaragis is an androgyny, and they are neither male nor female. Mycetid. And the reason why I bring up the mutation aspect is because if you've been following this campaign, listening to Agaragis' fun facts, you realize that a lot of fun facts behind Agaragis make them different, we'll say. So, Agaragis, with that in mind, what is Agaragis' fun fact of the session?
So, like, you know how he can like root down and use his like when he can like root down and use his mycelium, you know?
Mm-hmm.
When he's not doing that and he's like just using his like when he's like using his like legs like feet,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Like normal people kind of thing.
Yeah, when he's walking, when he walks, yeah. When he uses his legs like feet. I'm sorry, but yeah.
No, you can-
When he walks, you can just, when he walks, yeah.
the bottom of his feet and like in between his toes are like the gills under his like armpits and like like
Oh
cap.
yeah, like on a mushroom, the gills under the cap and yeah. So he's got gilled feet or like webbing in between his toes too.
Yes.
Oh my god. He's just got them everywhere. Does he sweat out of them too?
I mean, I would say so, right? They gotta breathe.
Oh my. Okay. All right, everybody. Yeah, so picture that. Picture that. Underneath the Agaragis' armpits are like the gills that you would find underneath a mushroom cap. And he's got webbing that are like that between his toes. Yeah.
Yummy.
Yeah, I mean every week, every week with the Agaragis.
Agaragis fan art would go crazy.
Yeah, it would go so hard. It would go so hard. Something else too about Agaragis that the listeners at home, if you're looking at the picture of Agaragis, you might notice that Agaragis is chilling with a crow on their head. That crow is actually the familiar of Mindok's other character, who is so aptly named Mindok as well. And Mindok is a high elf wizard who belongs to the main group in this campaign, who find out what happened to them last season if you want to see why we've shifted gears here. But yeah, but somehow Crow ended up with Agaragis and has been chilling with Agaragis this entire time. And if you were
Yep.
to, yeah, and if you were to ask Agaragis, no, Crow is their familiar. Yeah, Agaragis has no Agaragis has no concept of personal belongings. Which,
Sharing is caring.
yeah, which I mean, if you know Agaragis has like straight up robbed one of the party members before, so that just
Yeah, she sure has.
check out previous seasons for all of that.
Dang, boy.
You made it out alive.
Barely.
It was so brilliant. It was so brilliant. I was not expecting that to happen at all. I was like, whoa. It's one of those, that actually was one of those DM moments where you're like, oh, I had some things planned, but now I have to completely shift gears, and we're gonna go with Jesus on this one now, guys. Which brings me to Icy Hot 2305, who will be playing Takashi Ryu, a South Island orc. Reason why I discern that as because South Island orcs aren't like the other two races of orc, because there are several races of orc on Loxos. South Island orc aren't these 6 foot tall Conan the Barbarian looking orc. They only get to about 5 to 5.5 feet tall, but they are like little tanks. So instead of thinking Conan, think Wolverine. And yeah, the thing about Takashi though is Takashi didn't grow up on the South Islands. He was abducted, we'll say, from the South Islands and taken to a whole new continent called Pangshun and raised up there, where he adopted their culture. So he is a samurai, or a samurai equivalent, you could say. Yeah, so think, going, instead of growing up in, like, say, I don't know, the Caribbeans, he grew up in Japan. So what is a fun fact about Takashi? Icy?
He really likes the tree man.
Yes! Oh, I love it. I love this.
It's one of the reasons why he kicked the head over to him, was to try to impress him that he was able to do it by himself.
So he's
That's so sad.
so he's eyeing Agaragis as becoming his retainer, and he's looking to the tree man to become a friend. And I think this is the first time out of anybody's facts that I'm going to say, I expect you to play into this in your character. You are definitely now going to have to like work at making Eom your friend. Because
That's really funny.
something that's been established about Eom in previous episodes is that Eom does not like orcs. He believes that orcs cut down his trees. Now, Takashi doesn't know this, so we don't play like he knows this, but in fact but yeah, he thinks that orcs cut down his trees, so he does not like Takashi. And so the fact that Takashi really likes Eom, oh yes, I expect to see magic. I expect to see magic now. Thank you, Icy. Thank you for giving me this gift. Lucian Starwhisker, who is normally played by Tempest, won't be here today, but he is a 6 foot and something tall Tabaxi warlock, who is a Tabaxi are cat folk people. He couldn't make it today. I hope everything's okay, Tempest. Sorry I didn't ask when you said you couldn't make it. I'm a bad, terrible, terrible friend. And dragons.
Everything this man said.
And again, dragons won't be able to make it with us. Work is still hectic for him, and he just can't make it to the sessions. But he normally played Tathali, a fox type Rakshasa, because in our homebrewed world of Loxos, Rakshasa have different types. You know, they're not all just cat people. Some of them, some of them are jackals, some of them are foxes. There's a whole thing. There's a whole bunch of lore behind it that I'm not going to get into. But yeah, he normally played Tathali, a fox type Rakshasa druid, and but dragons will be back, so we will see more Tathali for now. But for now, Tathali is been turned to stone. For the sake of Lucian, we're just gonna pretend like he's kind of not here. But because Agaragis is using him like a mount, he'll still kind of just be present in that sense. So Agaragis, you'll just take your turn like normal and don't worry about what Lucian's doing. Just picture yourself floating in midair right now. I guess. I don't know. And last but not least, there's me, Lord Pog, the DM of these wonderful players. We play 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons. That's why I call my players Dem Ol'school Gamers. We don't play 5th edition. We play 3.5. You're welcome. And yeah, we've been running this. We're almost to the 12-year mark. We've almost been running the same campaign for about 12 years. So, keep that in mind, guys. We're becoming a legacy. A lot of campaigns don't see this kind of longevity. And so my fun fact for the night, I actually ruined my fun fact earlier because I was already talking about it with IC and MindDoc and Android. I called you up about it today because it was really grinding my gears. So I'm just gonna re-say it because now I've got nothing. Like, after I realized I could have used this as my fun fact, my head has now gone blank.
Never-ending story.
Yeah, my head has now gone blank, and now I can't think of anything else. So you guys just do me a favor and just pretend like you don't know this. Act surprised or something. But
What?
yeah, exactly. I see that confused, that confusion you got going on right there. That is probably
I got you.
is probably not actually an act, but yeah. So today I was watching The Backrooms. I hadn't seen it yet, and
No way, really?
you shut up and let me get through the story first. And Android has been telling me to watch it for a while, and I've been kind of offish about it for reasons. But I finally decided to watch it because I do really enjoy liminal spacing and stuff. As a shameless plug, I do have a video on my channel about liminal spacing. But anyways, I've been real standoffish about it, but I did watch it because, and I really like, this isn't the punchline of the thing, but I really did enjoy the movie. It disturbed me in ways that I haven't been disturbed, I don't think, ever. And it's because I had a question about that movie that never gets answered. I thought it was going to be a plot point, and it didn't turn out to be a plot point, and I don't want to ruin it for any of the listeners at home who haven't seen it yet. But there is something that's going on in that all throughout that entire movie that I noticed that it never really touches on. It never really points it out to you and says, here you go. And then it never answers it at the end. And I realized it's got to be just psychological. It's meant to disturb you psychologically without you realizing it. But during the movie, there's a character who it shows him with his family, and he's making popcorn because they're watching a movie. And at first you can't see what the movie is, but if you're a savvy viewer and you know your movies, you know that they're watching the never-ending story because you can hear it going on. And I really enjoyed the parallels there that were being drawn in the story. A movie about liminal spacing in the back rooms, and then you've got the never-ending story. I really enjoyed that parallel. And the guy, he brings the bowl of popcorn, and he's there with his wife and his kids, and they're having a typical family moment and everything. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's pretty neat. That's a neat parallel. And now you can see the TV, you can see the scene, and even before you see the scene, if you've seen the movie, you know what scene it is. But then something hits me, and it started grinding my gears to the point to where I had to pause the movie, call Android up, just to talk to him about it, because if I didn't get this off my chest right then and there, I was not going to be able to enjoy the rest of the movie. And that was, this dude makes a bowl of popcorn for him and his family to sit down and enjoy and eat while watching this movie, and it's the very end of the movie. I mean, the very end of the movie. Like, nothing is going to happen after this scene. This scene is the culmination of everything that has happened thus far. All that's left is the little boy is going to be staring at this little girl, and this bit is holding his dream in her hand, and then the boy jumps on a dragon and scares some bullies, and then that's, a story for next time. And that's it. That's all you get. So why are they about to eat a fresh bag of popcorn for the very end of that movie? And it just, I could not, for the life of me, I just could not handle it. I could not handle it. I was like, I've got to pause this and vent this because I'm not going to be able to appreciate the rest of this movie. And I want to talk to Kane Parsons about it because I want to ask him. I really want to ask him because I know I get the parallels of the never-ending story and the overarching narrative of the movie in general. I get all that. But I want to ask him just about that one thing because I know that either he's going to give me some kind of explanation that is going to blow my mind, or he's going to be like, well, yeah, Hollywood just sucks and it was an oversight on their part because the people, we all know if movies like, if modern Star Wars and things like that are any indication, the people running Hollywood now are not fans of the things that they're making. They're just making it because they're trying to make money. And instead of creating, they're just trying to ride the wave of a fandom and make money. So it's either that it's just an oversight on Hollywood's part because they don't really know Never-Ending Story and it didn't dawn on them that this scene was going to actually become kind of ridiculous. Or there is an explanation there that is just so freaking more in depth than I'm capable of perceiving. So yeah, so I called up Android and vented that to him. And what'd you tell me, Android? What'd you say this was? And you're like, this is a old school Family Guy scenario that you're doing here, or something like an old.
Oh yeah, that it felt like a Family Guy skit because you were telling me about it. Like you were like, I would be up in the theater. I was like, that feels like Peter Griffin. And I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, yeah. If I had seen this movie in theaters and that had hit me, and I had realized that in theaters, I would have vented this out loud in the theater, no problem. I'd have had to point that out to everybody around me that this makes absolutely no sense that this man just made a fresh bag of popcorn for his family to appreciate while watching the end of a movie. I've been like, thanks, Dad. I guess we can eat this while watching the evening news together, I guess, because this movie's over, Like, I had no idea what, what's going on there. The only other explanation I can think of is in that same scene, when his son tries to get some popcorn, the dad gives him very little and takes most of the bag. So maybe he's just thinking, I'm going to eat this while watching the evening news, and he's about to go to bed. I mean, perhaps. But even so, like, what a dick move. Either way. So yeah, that's my little fun fact that little things like that can really throw me off. And I thought it was a really good movie. I really did. I still need to talk to Android about it. I promised him I'd talk to him about it, but I took a nap. So, but with that said, yep, here we.
Like that.
Yeah, it really do be like that. My sleeping schedule is just crazy right now. But with that said, alrighty, let's get into tonight's session, shall we? Let's roll them credits.
What a great intro, Pod.
Thank you.
Can't get enough of it. I love it. I love the shit.
And Tempest, when you're listening later on, I put the little bit of the trill on there for you, buddy. So there you go. Alrighty. So, you guys find yourselves staring at the trapdoor that takes you down to the lower levels of the basement. I believe it was Takashi who discovered the grate and felt all the heat coming out of the grate in the center of this room, from the deeper levels of the basement. And when you open up this trapdoor, Takashi and the rest of you get just like this woof of hot air just blowing out of there. I mean, it is like warm, stale, hot air. You know, it's like a dog fart when they have stomach issues. You know, it's just that hot, stanky air blowing out of this out from this basement. Is there a particular marching order that you all want to take while going down in there, or is there something else you want to do in this basement? I can tell you for a fact that there are at least 2 rooms that you guys have not explored on this level.
I would like to go to one of those 2 rooms. We'll pay to do a thing. Might as well be thorough.
Okay, the 2 rooms are, there's the room that Lucian checked when you guys first got down in here, that he said it looked like it was a storage room because it had like a lot of like, from what he could see, there looked like there was some like old grandfather clocks in there and some old furniture and crates. And then there's one more room that when you guys met the mimic, the room you went into with the mimic, there was the hall that all the way at the end of the hall you were in that would take you down into another room that you guys never explored.
You said there's other stuff that we haven't explored in the room we're currently in, right?
Yeah, there's just 2 more rooms on this level.
I guess I'd be down to explore the rest of this area before heading down.
Just to see if you didn't miss something.
Yeah, just to see if I missed anything or not.
All right. Well, so which room would you guys like to go and explore? Again, there's the storage room that Lucian discovered, and then there's the room at the end of the hall.
Which would be closer to Karen?
The one you'd be closest to right now would be the storage room that Lucian discovered. Because it was the second hall. You had the main hall, the entrance area, when you guys first came down into the basement. You had that main hall that you guys were in, and then you had a hall that went off to the right that led to the room you're in right now. And then just a ways up ahead, you had another hall that bled off to the right that led to the storage room that Lucian was checking. So that would be the closest room you'd be to right now. To get to the other room, you would have to backtrack past the hall that took you down into the storage room with the mimic, and then past that door that took you into the room where you found the Sharn, and Tathali got turned into a stone statue. That you would go past those 2 rooms or those 2 areas, and it would take you all the way down to that hall, and then that hall would cut off to the left and take you down into another room. So that's the one that you would have.
Let's go to the storage for now.
To the storage? All right.
Yeah.
Everybody down for that?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look over and see if Eon's still not looking my way.
Eon didn't even glance at the head that you picked him.
I am now gonna pout for the rest of this trip.
It's fantastic. All right, so you guys make your way back to that storage area. And what is the marching order? Who's up front? Who's in the back? Who's on first? What's on second?
Who's first?
I'm gonna say, since Eon's not acknowledging me, I'm just gonna sulk in the back of the line.
All right.
In that case, Eon is towards the front.
Hey, Garrigus, since Lucian isn't here to dictate where you guys are going to be standing, it's all on you right now. You're guiding this horse. Where are you guys standing?
Whose shoulders am I on?
Lucian's.
Oh, am I supposed to pick where we're going as like one person?
Yeah, you're gonna have to dictate where you are in the marching order. Yeah, because normally I let Lucian do it because technically it's his body you're using, so where he goes, you go. but because he's not here to actually dictate that, the responsibility is going to fall down on you. So just so you know, if you find yourself in a bad situation, you've not only found yourself in a bad situation, but you've kind of put Lucy in a bad situation too. But don't let that deter you. By all means, play reckless.
It's kind of like Ratatouille.
Yeah, exactly. You're Ratatouille. Yeah. Yep. Yes. I like where your head's at.
Alright, well, we're third in line.
Huh?
Third in line?
Third in line? Okay.
Yeah.
So who's first in line?
I don't know, you tell me.
Well, you guys tell me. Who's up front?
Eeyore, since he wants to be a bum.
You know, Eeyore. He called you Eeyore.
Whatever.
He's
Whatever
so
the
mad
fuck.
at you right now. You got called Eeyore. This.
Too bad he's the one acting like it.
You know, technically,
My name,
honestly.
mate. Yeah,
If
never mind. I was getting ready to use my government name, and I was like, hold on a second. Never mind. Carry on. I'm going to say second in line, specifically because I don't want to be the one guiding the ship exactly. I don't even know where we're going. I know we're checking out the rest of the rooms, but I don't think Eom knows that.
You know, I was gonna say, judging from the size of this hall, technically it is big enough in front of this door to the storage area. It's actually big enough that 4 of you could stand side by side. So you could have this like one line of like 4 of you up front, and then, you know, and then one of you could be in the back. So I'm guessing that Agaragis called dibs on the back, right? But I mean, it could be in any way you want. You could have 2 up front, 1 up front. You know. Hold on a second, y'all. My cat got stuck here in this room with me. One second.
Somehow, I don't know, I thought Vincent was supposed to have that.
Supposed to have what?
Oh, well, he said that he was gonna, like, slope behind, but maybe, like, that's just...
Oh, okay. Well, he could be back. He could be back there with you, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But who's up front? Again, nobody's called up front technically.
I did. I got it from the start.
Oh,
I'm gonna need my government.
Yeah.
Not to be sad.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, you're right, my bad. My fault.
You're all good.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so I guess I didn't hear you, Mind Doc. My mistake. My
My
mistake.
bad.
The guy's still over here working on my AC, and I've got so much going on right now. Like
I just not gone through. Who knows?
my wife just walked in and wanted to tell me something, so while everybody was talking, she's talking to me too, and I'm just like... And then the cat gets stuck in the room with me, and she starts whining at the door, and then and my dogs do not like it when she starts whining. So I'm like, okay, if I don't get her out of here pretty soon, they're gonna play fetch with her. So I'm like, so I just got so much going on, so I probably just missed it. I'm really sorry about that. Never a dull moment over at this house. Okay, so the way I'm seeing it right now is Eom, Sir Solixel, and Itarion are up front at the door to the storage area with Takashi and Lucian or Takashi and Agaragis basically behind them. Correct? Is that sort of roundabouts what we were doing?
Oh, right.
I think so.
Okay. All right. So you guys are in
Just
this.
put me as far away from
Takashi as feels reasonable.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So you guys are standing at the entrance of this door. Earlier, and I'll just remind you of this because you all were with Lucian when he did this. Earlier, Lucian had opened it up and peeked in just a crack, but nothing more. Nothing more. Beyond, and then he told you what he saw, and then you all went on your way. So you all know that the door is not locked, and that so far what you've gathered is that there's just a bunch of old furniture, some crates, and some stuff just hanging out inside this room. You know? That's it. That's all you know. So what do you all do? Play some D&D and tell me what you want to do. And depending on, we may have to roll some dice.
Just try the usual door peek.
All right. Are you doing this stealthy, or are you just... Are you...
Yeah, try like stealthily, or just open it a crack and sort of peek through.
All right. Go for it. Go ahead and roll me. Just roll me a move silent.
Oh. Cool.
Because what you're trying to roll is to see is how loudly you can maneuver this door open without it going, you know.
I just realized I'm not actually signed into Roll20, so I'll be able to say, you
Oh
may be able to roll
my goodness, huh?
My bad.
How dare you? Nah, you know what? So while we're waiting on this, I really can't even like be upset about that because for you audience at home, I left a message in the Discord earlier letting everybody know that Tempest wasn't going to be here tonight, but that we were still having a session. But the way I worded it made it sound like Tempest isn't going to be here, so no session, basically. I said, there is a session tonight, Tempest won't be here. But that is worded in such a way that if you read that fast, you're just, yeah, and nobody picked up on it. Like, nobody, like, everybody thought we weren't having the session, and I didn't even notice that I had worded it as, asinine as I did. You know, what I should have said is Tempest can't make it tonight, but we're still going to have a session. Because the butt matters. The butt matters. In a sentence.
Wow. In a sentence, just to clarify.
Just, well, I mean, you know, sir, this is a this is a family program, so
Yeah.
yeah.
We know.
So you 18, that's good. So quietly one I don't know which one is opening it up. But you
Say Silixa.
Sir Silixa, she manages to open that door as if like it is quieter than a whisper as you open this door and peek in. You're just trying to peek in a crack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you open the door a crack and peek in, you see, similar to what Lucian saw, you see a couple of grandfather clocks, which why there are two, you have no idea. But you see a couple of grandfather clocks, an old couch, and some old chairs. Again, you get the same impression that Lucian had, that this looks like a storage room. If you look over kind of to the other side, you catch the corner of what looks like maybe a table that's been covered in a cloth, a couple of crates, and some more old chairs. Like when I say a couple of crates, I mean like a stack of crates, but they're like boxes. It's not like that one room with the big long, you know. These are just like, these look more like some like crates you would use for like packing goods, you know, old stuff. Like maybe it's got old clothes or just knickknacks or something, you know. But yeah, that's about all you're able to discern. But you can tell that if you enter this room completely, you'll turn a corner past the door, and that this room probably leads into a much larger room than what you can tell, you know. Because dead ahead of you, you can see the wall, the far side of this room where it ends. It's probably about like 25 feet away from you. So you can already see from one end of this room to the next. But you know, like I said, if you walk in there, turn, you'll be in a much bigger room.
Yeah, if it's already a threat, I'll definitely just sort of enter.
So, what y'all doing?
Yeah, if there's not saying gonna be a threat, I'll definitely head in.
You're gonna head in? Okay.
Yeah.
So, the twins step into the room, and yeah, first thing you guys see when you walk in there is, the room it is from one side to the next, it stays about 25 foot long, you know. From this doorway over, the room is just a 25 foot. Okay, I'll give you a good measurement here. It's 25 feet by 25 feet long, wide by about 45 feet long from the back wall, you know, where the door isn't located. So it's 25 by 45, just rectangular shaped room, full of, there's about 3 tables in here, all covered in cloth. You've got several chairs, some couches, a couple of grandfather clocks, and about 3 different separate stacks of crates that look like they have, that look like they could have just old throwaway whatever it packed away inside of them. This is definitely a storage room. The only thing that stands out that is different than anything else is that there's an old phonograph sitting on one of the old tables that's covered in cloth. The table that it's sitting on is probably from Sir Solixel's position. It's probably about like 30 feet away from where you're standing right now. You got one table that is like about 10 feet, one table draped in cloth that's about 10 feet, and then directly ahead of it, going towards the back wall, there's another table that's 20 feet away from that table. And then these 2 tables act like a base for the one table that is holding the old phonograph on it. And it makes it kind of like a, not a perfect triangle shape, but the way these tables are positioned in the room, they would be like in a triangular formation, as it were. But yeah, that's the only thing that stands out in this room as different from everything else, is this old phonograph that's sitting on the furthest table away from you at 30 feet.
I mean, is it like one of those like pretty, like very sort of like ornate ones, or is it just like a very kind of
yes,
the job? Okay.
It stands out. Like in fact, you can't understand, you know, I mean, the grandfather clocks are nice, you know, I mean, the couches, they're okay. Everything's just kind of dusty. Like this is kind of just a dusty room, but there's nothing like off-putting about it, like some of the rooms that you've seen in here so far. But yeah, now that you mention it, it does seem like I said, it stands out. It seems odd that somebody would toss away such a nice looking phonograph. You know, the horn on it looks like it's made out of pure silver with brass inlay filigree etched all throughout it. From what you can tell, I mean, you can see it from where you're standing because that shines so well. The wood that the record sits on, even at this distance, you can tell looks like it's beautifully stained and varnished. Perhaps it's cherry. I don't know. Eon will tell us when he checks it out. But yeah,
He'd be nowhere near as varnished as he is.
yeah, but it does look, you know, it does seem odd that would be in this room. You know, go ahead and roll me a spot. And while he's doing that, for either Itarion, Sir Solixel, or you can roll a spot for each, by the way. You know what I mean? To see if one catches something the other doesn't. While he's doing that though, what is Eom, Takashi, and Agargus doing?
I would just say I'm just wandering around, just looking.
So you came in this room and you're just wandering around the room, just looking around now?
Yep.
Okay, what would you like to look at? Again, there's a couple grandfather clocks, some couches, some tables, some crates.
The crates. I'll go explore the crates, see what all that's about.
Okay, I'll put you at the crates closest to the door. Okay?
Okay.
And you can roll a search on that here in a minute. What about Eom and Agargus?
I guess Eom is going to step in a little ways, but in the opposite direction of Takashi because he wants to stand near the door. You know, but he's also kind of like, it's right.
Right.
You know, so he's gonna like, you know, go opposite of Takashi
Okay.
and stay near the door. So just kind of watch what everybody's doing.
What about Agargus? Since you're getting ratatouille tonight.
Is there anything to like interact with immediately?
There's some grandfather clocks near the door entryway, up against the back wall.
Are they active?
Perhaps. Who's trying to spot? Who's rolling a spot out of Sir Solixel and Itarion for on the phonograph? Which one of them is rolling the spot for it?
Oh, I mean, they both look. Yeah, hang on. I guess I'll roll like.
The reason why I ask is because you're asking if they're active, so you could have one
Oh,
actually.
sorry.
You could have
Okay,
one
for the
look
clocks. I
and
thought you
see
meant-
the clocks. You could have one look and see and notice the clocks, while the other one's like just staring because you guys haven't left the door. You know,
What the fuck?
you're still.
Oh, that ain't right, by the way. Ignore that. I just realized I was rolling on the wrong sheet.
Yeah. You're
I was like, wait, no, my spot isn't that high.
right now,
Right.
Eom, Iterion, and Sir Salixel are pretty much at the front door. They've just taken the one step through the threshold.
Yeah, I think the twins are definitely looking like. I think Atarian is looking under the clocks as they walk to the
The phonograph?
yeah, homograph. Thank you.
Okay. So you guys are gonna go in deeper and walk into the room. Okay.
Right, my actual spot bonus is 0, so that's just a 12 to look at the clocks. And then I think while Atarian's doing that, yeah, so Celixil's more looking at the
Phonograph. Okay, so you don't have to roll anything to notice about the clocks. Iterion does notice that the clocks are still working. Yes, they are still active. But okay, so roll me a spot for Iterion and roll me a spot for Sir Salixel. Agaragis, did you want to go look at these grandfather clocks?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 2 of them against the back wall there, the northern back wall. Right? This room goes from, west to east, north to south. You guys entered from the east. No, you guys entered from the west. The 2 clocks sit on the northern back wall, and there's a clock, old couch, and then on the other side of it, clock. So,
Okay.
I will just say you're looking at the first clock that you come up to. Just the. Okay, so you're looking. So Iterion rolled a 12, and Sir Salixel rolled an 11. Am I to understand that correctly?
Yep.
Okay, so Iterion, you notice that the clocks are, still working, but nothing stands out about them, to you. Sir Salixel, you look as you approach this, something that does strike you odd the closer you get to it is how dusty this room is, and yet that phonograph is completely dust free. It looks brand new.
Ooh.
And that there is a record on it. Eom, you're gonna still stay by the door, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Takashi, go ahead and roll me a search for them crates.
Safe to say I didn't find shit.
Yeah, you're like looking through the crates. These crates are just full of old clothes, old dusty clothes, and you find like the most you find out of it is like some buttons that have popped off from different articles of clothing and stuff like that. Some old thread. One point in time you're like, what? And you pull on the thread and you accidentally tear a hole in a suit, and you're like, oh, and just tuck that back away, like pile some clothes on top of it, like I was never here. But you find nothing really of interest in these clothes. They feel like they've been in storage for a while. They got that gritty feel to them, like dust has settled in even into the fibers of them. They smell kind of musty, when you shuffle them around, little clouds of dust kick up. But it's of nothing of import in any of these crates that you're searching as of now. Agaragis, you walk up to you walk up to the clock, and most people tell time. Typically, okay, we all know how clocks work. You got a 12-hour day. You got a 24-hour day technically, or whatever. But clocks start at 12 and they kick down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But
What?
in the world of Loxos, most people don't tell time like that. They don't tell time by numbers. They tell time sun up to sundown. You know, most days are just called sunrises. You know, they're like first, you know, last sunrise, third, you know, 7 sunrises count as a week. So they're like, you know, they'll be like, well, you know, I did that, third sunrise or last third sunrise or this or that, you know, sun up, sundown. So most clocks tell time like that. It's in little pictures, if you will. You've got sun and then the shifting of the sun till the 6th position is, you know, basically kind of looks like noon, like what you would consider noon. So the 6th position would be the 12th position. This is going to be really confusing, and I'm sorry, but but you're basically just looking at the cycle of the sun as it travels through the sky on this clock till you get to the moon. Sun up, sundown. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they tell time. They tell their years by the moons. They tell their years by the seasons, you know, they tell their seasons by the moons, the cycle of the moons, you know. They tell their years by the different cycles, you know, new moon and so on and so forth, and its coloration, you know. Every season has a different coloration of the moon, but they don't really tell that on the clock. What you've noticed, however, is an extra spot on this clock. Instead of it just telling sun up to sundown, it goes sun up, goes all the way around to sun up again without going to sundown. And then there's just a little spot over there where it's just moon. As if it's never dictating that the sun ever rises and sets. It's like sun is always up and then moon. Suddenly it's just night. So the clock is completely skipping an entire cycle of the sun and saying that the sun is always up and then suddenly it's night. I'm not even going to have you roll for that because that would be completely evident to you. However, what I do need you to roll, Agaragus, is you don't have a knowledge of local. I know that for a fact because you come from the subterranean world of the underworld. You know what I'm saying? You don't know how sunrises and sunsets even work because you had never even seen one till you came topside, you know?
I'm from Texas.
So don't give away your positionings. But
I was singing that song. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
But what I would say is this. I would say roll you an intelligence. No, you know what? Let's roll you a wisdom. Let's roll you a wisdom and see if you can discern what this clock is telling you. Based upon because you've been topside long enough, right? You've been topside long enough that you've seen enough sunrises and sunsets. So this could stick out to you as weird. But there is more to this. So go ahead and roll me a wisdom and let's see what you get.
Can you tell what the clock is ticking?
Nice. No, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a new catchphrase. That's Pewie's Playhouse. Today's sentence is, can you tell what the clock is ticking?
Yeah.
And then it's like it's
everything goes ape shit because somebody said it in the episode.
Yeah, like the theme song is the sound of a grandfather clock going off, bong, and then it's just the clock says, bong. The clock says. Anyways, all right, I'm overthinking this. So 12 is pretty good. 12 is pretty good for a just a straight up stat roll. So you're checking, yeah, it really is. So you're checking this out and you know this isn't right. You know, you don't really understand the science behind sunup and sundown and all that stuff just because you come from the subterranean world. But you've seen enough sunrises and sunsets that you're able to discern what this clock is trying to tell you. And you know this isn't right. It's basically saying it's always day and then suddenly it's night. That makes absolutely no sense. So tell me, Agaragos, based upon that, what does Agaragos want to do with this clock? And I'm wording it like that because I know Agaragos tends to be curious George. So I'm just curious myself, based upon that, what does Agaragos want to do about that? Knowing that that's just like strange. This is off.
Can I get someone's attention to point it out to them?
You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
Okay. Is there like
closest two people to you right now is Eom and Takashi.
Okay.
The twins are further in the room, looking at this phonograph, like, you know, because it is a spectacular photograph. But yeah, you have either Eom or Takashi, or you can get a hold of both of them. It's however you want to do it.
I'm gonna get a hold of both of them.
Ah, beautiful.
Oh, here we go.
Agaricus is like still bad with names. So he's like, "Hey, wood dude, do I have like any rocks I can like throw at him to like try to tap him on the shoulder?"
Go ahead and roll me a d4. If you get a 1 or a 4, you have a rock. If you get a if you get a 1 or a 3, you have you don't have a rock. If you get a 2 or a 4, you do. It's just the equivalent of maybe you had a rock on you. It's a 50-50. So what'd I say, a 1 or a 3 doesn't, 2 and 4 does. So you don't have a rock on you. Like you're looking around like, did I grab a rock at any random time? And you didn't.
I do not.
Mm-mm.
Alright.
You do have a potion bottle though.
Do I have an empty one?
I don't know. Check your inventory and tell me if you have I don't even know how many. I think you typically have 5 potion bottles you can use at any given time. Look at your inventory and tell me if you have five full potions.
Hmm. Potions.
I don't think I have an empty one.
You don't? Yeah, you can carry 5 of them. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so nope, you've got 5 full potions too.
I'll guess that I'll just like yell. But terribly.
I'm terribly. Like when you say terribly, like you mean just hey you.
Right. Are you shouting words or are you just fucking
And they're like, hey,
nondescript yelling?
a little bit of nondescript yelling.
Well, nondescript.
to try to get his attention because he's like, I don't remember this dude's name, but I remember he's made of wood. But I also don't know what to call this clock thing. So I'm just gonna be like, you see this?
So Eon, you
So-
see? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I was gonna say Eon is just, he eventually catches on. He's like, standing there picking his fucking. I was gonna say his fingernails, but I guess he doesn't have those. Whatever. Picking his fucking wooden ass teeth or something like he's George Washington, and he catches on to what Agaricus is doing. When he kind of looks over there, and he's like, does the whole like point at himself thing, like me, when he comes walking over, and Agaricus is like, that, and he's like, "What am I supposed to do with that?"
Yeah, you know what's funny about this? Eom, I'm gonna need you to. Yeah. That's an interesting thing because with Agaricus it's one thing, but with you, do you have a knowledge
Right.
of? Do you have a knowledge of nature?
I do,
You do.
actually.
All right, go ahead and roll me a knowledge of nature.
Yeah, I don't know shit about it.
Yeah, you're staring at it. So basically,
Like, I see a picture of the sun. That's my food. What do you want me to say?
And Agaricus is like, can you go get the other guy?
Which one?
You know that, like, oh man, I don't know how to describe him. They kind of like ugly one.
He kind of looks at them all, and he's like, "Are any of them particularly not ugly?" I mean, other than me, of course. I mean, I'm splendorous. I was a yellow birch.
So Selexa was already like kind of glaring at Agaricus just by making that noise. Now Atarion's just kind of like glaring at you. They're both just kind of looking at you like individuals, like really.
They think of themselves as beautiful.
they were so enamored. They were so enamored with the little record player. I can't even remember what they're called now. They were so enamored with the record player until they heard that somebody might not be referring to them as beautiful, that drew their attention for that brief moment. Like,
They're like, "Hold the fuck
no,
up."
hold on. As far as we're concerned, we're hot. Y'all are ugly. Y'all are the ugly ones, all right? Look at each of you.
No, I was a splendorous tree. I was a yellow birch.
Agaricus is
Kind of like that table over there. You know how I can tell? The craftsmanship. It's a good sturdy wood.
yeah, that is
Light
sturdy.
brown, close grain. It's nice quality wood.
I've heard good things
Just
about
like
it.
me. He's nodding. You know?
Agaricus is like, yeah, that's pretty cool, bud.
He just gives you a nice pat on the cap. And he's like, "Alright. So who do you want me to get?
Oh,
You got fingers. You can point."
he points over to wherever Takashi's at.
He says, "Oh no, I'm not talking to that guy."
Okay, all you gotta do is just bring him over here and then help us study this.
I don't know. You got a rock or something?
No, I checked my pockets.
This is a very extensive
Eon
way
takes
to
off his
avoid
buckler.
someone.
Eon takes off his buckler and throws it at Takashi to get his attention.
Roll me a ranged touch attack. Roll me a ranged touch attack. Takashi, look at your sheet. You'll see where your AC's at, and then you'll look down and you'll see areas that say like flat-footed and this and that. Look for the spot that says touched. And yeah, I kid you not, it says touch. And that's yeah, okay, now
He
hold
did not
on.
hit me.
He missed you?
Yeah.
Dang, your touch defense is pretty decent then. So
I have a 12.
So he that's for 12 is pretty decent for touch. Because touch AC is completely different than typical AC. We're gonna have a learning moment here for a minute here, children. I'm gonna explain how touch AC works. Because touch AC isn't like regular AC. Like regular AC is I swing the sword, I try to hit him, you know, and perhaps I do hit him. And think of AC as one of two things. It's either the thing that determines whether or not something misses hitting you, or the thing that basically, even if it does hit you, explains why it didn't kill you right away, right? That works with ranged attacks, melee attacks, whatever. The reason why touch AC is so much lower than your typical AC is because you're not actually swinging wildly or shooting something or whatever to try and hit somebody. It'd be no different than just reaching out and touching them. And that is actually a lot easier to do than, say, like if I'm going to try and like swing a sword at you or stab you with a knife or something. You know, even if I try to stab you with a knife, you may dodge out of the way, but my palm or the back of my hand or even a finger may still touch you. See what I'm saying? It is in combat, it is so much more difficult to not be touched at all. So when something is ranged touch or just even some magic like the vampire drain, I can't remember what it's called, but there's a spell. It's called vampire something or other.
Two C's.
Where basically, suck. There is a spell where like your hand basically becomes like a vampire's mouth, and it will drain your health and give you health. You know, and the way it's not an instant thing. You have to roll a ranged touch because all you're trying to do is just touch somebody with your palm. And it's so much easier to do than, say, so that's why your touch AC is always so much lower. So if you've got like a 12 touch AC, that means that you're like pretty spry. You're pretty spry. You're used to getting into fights where like nothing touches you. You know what I mean? So think of it that way. Yeah, so you throw the buckler at him, Eom, and the buckler completely misses you, Takashi, but it bangs against the crates and everything and gets your attention to where you're looking in Eom's direction.
Yo, can I call an audible here? Because I think it would be really funny if it was like that scene in Kung Fu Hustle. You know, like when he is going to throw that knife and it comes out of the handle and bounces off the fucking ceiling and pops back and hits him in the shoulder or whatever.
Yeah.
I wanted to bounce off the crates and just nail Eon right in his fucking forehead.
Bounce right back and just hit him right in the forehead.
Yeah, and he just like falls over like.
You know what? Yes. Give yourself 3 points of subdual damage. Non-lethal damage. Yeah, you just like cleaned your clock a little bit with that one. You land on your butt. Which makes so Takashi, you
like,
see,
oh fucking hell.
he throws that buckler so hard because in order to pull that off in the first place, Eom, which I'm going to allow it because it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah. You literally threw that at least 15 feet away from you at such a force that when it missed Takashi, it still had enough ricochet and force to bounce back with enough force that it came another 15 feet back. So it's traveled 30 feet both ways and bounces right off your face, landing you on your butt. And Takashi, you just turn around and you're just looking at Eom sitting on his butt, just look like having his clock gotten cleaned by that buckler. And there's Agaragis looking at this clock and everything. I don't even know if you're really aware of what just really transpired there. You just know that something happened and the result of it is over where they are.
Sarah actually kind of looks between like the point where the point where the buckler like bounced off the wall, and just Eon like on his ass. Wow, that was actually very impressive.
I'm actually going to have you roll something here in a minute. About this phonograph. I was just trying to...
I think we're putting our attention back to that.
Yeah, well, we're going to. But yeah, I wouldn't blame you for just them to like inspecting this thing and then every once in a while just looking and being like, what are they doing over there? Like, the mongrel folk, they're not high elves. But yeah, I was just resolving whether or not Takashi is going to respond to what just happened or not.
I'm just gonna look over and be like, what happened?
Agaricus says nothing. Or, fucking Eom says nothing. He just gets up and fucking puts his buckler back on his arm and lifts his face. He looks very displeased.
Agaricus is like, oh, go ahead.
I'm just gonna look at Agaricus and be like, what's wrong with that guy?
I don't know what he was trying to do. But you want to come look at this clock?
I was wondering if Agaragis was going to lose the plot. I was sitting here like, are we going to forget all about this clock? Because if we're about to do that, I'm going to shift to Idarion and serve some Lixel here.
Yeah, I'll come look at the clock.
That would have been such an Agaricus thing to do. Just be like, well, I forgot why that was even gonna fucking happen.
I was like, are we about to have an Agaragis ass moment here?
He just wrecked himself in the head, and I'm the one that feels like they got the clock clean.
So,
speaking of clock,
Takashi, you walk over and you look at the clock, and I'm not going to actually have you roll anything. And the reason why you're not going to roll anything is because I'm not saying that like you have high intelligence. I don't really know what your intelligence stat is.
Ass. That shit's a -3.
it's a 7.
No, what I'm going to say is Agaragis still, this is not Agaragis's, forte per se. But they have a little bit of understanding of the top world now that, they know something's off about this. And Eom, let's just say he understands things, but he's still quite naive in a lot of things. And there's a reason for that. You, however, have lived your whole life going by sunup to sundown time scheduling. You understand all of that. So when you look and you've seen enough you've seen enough clocks, you know how these things work, yada yada yada. The second you look at what Agaragis is trying to point out to you, you instantly realize that that's not right. Like, why is that sun up all the way around? Why is that sun up all the way around, and then and then it's got an extra spot for moon? You never really get, like, as it said, moon is always top and noon is always bottom. Why has moon been kicked over for basically this clock just looks like noonday sun all the way around and then moon. So that's not right. You like instantly understand exactly why that's not right. Because what this clock is telling you is that it's always day and then it's suddenly night. No transition, just night. It'd be like lighting a candle, lighting a room, and then blowing it out suddenly.
It's ironically probably a pretty good representation of the way that Eon thinks of the day and night cycle. So he's like, there's literally nothing wrong with that. To it, he's just like, there's the time that I get to eat, and there's the time that I don't.
Yeah, yeah. Oddly enough, this is completely normal to Eon. While you think about what you want to do about that, what options you want to take on figuring this out, Sir Solixal and Iterion, right? We're going to switch over to you guys because you guys have been patiently waiting over by this phonograph, just checking it out, As you've gotten closer, yes, everything I've said about it before is, in fact, what it is. It is, the silver horn, brass filigree inlay all throughout it. The player itself is this beautiful, like, stained and varnished wood. Maybe it's like cherry oak or something, and it's got a record sitting on it. A vinyl record sitting on it. With some interesting writing etched. Not, most records, they have the paper center with the writing that tells you what the record's name is, what it's called, side A, side B type. No, this thing is pure black vinyl all the way from center hole to every edge of the circumference of the record, or I guess it would be the radius, because from center to edge, that's radius. You know what I mean? But from center to radius, it's just pure black vinyl. But you notice something about this black vinyl. For one, you don't see the typical etchings that you see on vinyl, for the needle to play in and make the noise. This is just pure black. So black, dare I say it'd be like Vanta black? You know what I'm saying? Pure black. I mean, where, yeah, it's crazy, right? Like you can see your reflections in it almost perfectly, just with that dark hue, However, there are etchings in the vinyl, but it's not etched inward. It's not like something took a needle or something sharp and cut something into the vinyl. These etchings are actually three-dimensional. They're popping out of the vinyl as if the vinyl itself formed up off the record to form these different shapes and runes and markings. Almost like scarification. Scarification on the skin, how when you give yourself your own tattoo, your skin doesn't etch in there, it actually scars over, and that, you know what I'm saying? It looks like that. It looks like scarification on the record.
So it looks intentional?
It looks,
precise.
Yeah, it looks intentional. It looks precise. It looks like this record was molded this way.
Like, kind of like an embossing?
Yeah, Like it's like it's scars. Like if the vinyl is the skin of the record, these etchings are scars. Meaning that it's, not cut in, but formed over.
Oh, like it's raised ridges rather than
Yeah.
being like cutting grooves.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
And they're like runes, but they're the same color of the vinyl itself.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just kind of
Hold on a second,
they're
guys.
just admiring.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold that thought. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pause this real fast. My AC guy just got done and I have to go check something. I'm pausing this whole thing. Just, here, discuss something. Cat gut. It's neither cat nor gut. Discuss. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about that brief pause. Yeah, my AC just got fixed. And I had to go and check some things and just handle some things. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so where were we at? Oh, yes. Okay, so the record. Sir Solixal and Iterion, you guys are looking at this record, and yeah, it's basically embossed.
Right. What was this? Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that basically just like they're just admiring the craftsmanship of it, just kind of like running their hands along it. Is the labeled at all? Like, is there any, I don't know, like case around that might indicate what the actual record in it is?
Do they have, let's see. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, come on. I'm gonna look at your skills real quick on something here in your knowledges.
Cool. They don't know shit, by the way.
But they do have knowledge of religion. But I give that to everybody. That's not like some random thing. I usually give everybody at least 5 points in knowledge of religion just because, the gods are so prevalent that people would have some passing knowledge. You know what I mean? And that just feels more realistic to me. Like, there's tribes in the Amazon jungle that haven't been discovered by modern society, but I guarantee you, if you meet them, they're gonna have some kind of religion, of their own. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just natural that people have a knowledge of religion. So, they have some form of belief anyways. We'll say that. So, I will allow you to... You can roll an intelligence or you can go for a knowledge of religion, but I'm not going to tell you what you would be rolling that intelligence for.
Intelligence or knowledge of religion?
Yep, you're either going to roll an intelligence because there is something you could do that is a knowledge that you could have rolled had you had it, but you don't have it. So you're either going to go with intelligence or I'll let you roll knowledge of religion.
Religion's just better. Yeah, cool.
It is better, but the other one would have been a little bit more helpful. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things. I can't explain it. Let's just rock and roll and play some D&D. What do you say?
Fuck it.
Or you could just walk away completely.
Intelligence angle.
Oh
yeah, that was pure intelligence.
Yeah, that's pure intelligence. Yeah. Word. You have no idea. You have no idea what, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, you're admiring its craftsmanship and you think it's really neat. You know what I mean? Like, you guys can appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is a type of art that you're seeing here. This is a beautiful phonograph. This record for all its plainness, there's something oddly beautiful about it and the way it's made, And high elves, you're high elves, you appreciate art just because, you appreciate beauty just because, word. You see beauty, you admire it, But I mean, what it's about, you have no idea. No idea.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's say the objective truth about it, though. Is that clearly it's beautiful.
I'll give you a shot at the religion if you want.
Sure, since you offer it, I'll take it, but unless they suddenly know something, we'll see. We'll see.
I'll tell you this right now. The intelligence would have told you what this record is. Right?
Right.
The religion, basically, as you're scanning this, 13? That could have been better. But what the religion's going to do is that as you're looking at the record and looking upon the runes that are embossed upon it, one of them stands out to you. Quite odd. And you're not entirely sure why. You almost feel like what you're looking at is actually an elven rune, but not just elven, but like Sylvan. But there's just something slightly off about the dialect.
Damn. Okay. Not quite Sylvan. Not quite Elven.
Not quite Sylvan, not quite elven, and something about it just seems like it almost feels like you should know this.
Well, it's so pretty, and I can't see anything wrong with it. So the only logical thing to do, is clearly to make it play to see if it will work. We're gonna try it on.
Oh yes, dude. Yes. Okay. So, like a regular phonograph or record player in general, right? You start by taking the needle and setting it on the edge, because that's how every record is played, right? But after a few minutes of nothing, you realize that needle's not moving from the edge of this record. It's just staying on this one path as it's, playing. But there's no noise, There's no noise. We're going to let you ponder on what you want to do to kind of, what skills or questions you may have about that for a minute. I'll give you a minute to think that over. You know what I mean? To see what you want to do. As far as Takashi goes, who's staring at this clock now, Takashi, have you come to any kind of conclusion on what you might want to do about this? As a reminder, guys, you're always free to just walk away. When things just start seeming a little too odd, you're always free to walk away too. And that's not me giving you a warning. I'm just letting you know you're not obligated to mess with any of my kooky little things that I leave in these places, Sometimes you could just walk away if you wanted to. However, you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. So, with that said, Takashi, have you have any thoughts on what you'd like to do here? Why do I feel like he's
Oh.
like,
I was muted the whole time.
Oh, okay. I was like, why do I feel like he's zoned out and has no idea what I just said to him? He's gonna show up
I'm
and be
just
like, huh?
no. I'm just gonna look at it and be like, "Yep, you've never seen a clock before. This one's just plain old wrong. It's just saying it's day all day, and then out of nowhere it's just nighttime, and then it's back to being day. That's all it's saying."
Now, mind you, the clock is working correctly. I mean, like it's running and everything. The hands are on there. Well, most clocks in Loxos only have a singular hand because there's really only one kind of time to tell. You know what I mean? But the hand is moving, you know, it is moving, the clock is functioning. According to
I just mean broken in like a time sense. It's not right in its time sense.
Yeah, according to what time it's reading right now, what time it would be reading right now, it would be like night. Like it should be nighttime is what it's reading. It should already be moon. It should already be like sundown, you know? Or no. It should be noon. My mistake. But no, I'm saying that wrong again. It's neither noon nor is it sundown. It should just be like, you know, sometime during the day. Like the sun should be up, but it should, you know, like basically you're
Like
getting the
afternoon.
Yeah, like afternoon. Like you're getting like this, you're getting the feeling like, again, just by staring at it, it feels like what it's reading is the longest day you have ever seen in your life. Like the sun is not wavering. The sun should be, you know, readying itself for setting, and it's not. You know, each symbol is a different depiction of what the sun would look like in the sky as it begins to sink down to the horizon, and then what it looks like as it's disappearing behind the horizon. You get to the top where it's moon. See what I'm saying?
The sun just vanishes.
Yeah, and then it stays at moon, and the way the clock's internal workings work is it's just going to hold that position for a while until the sun begins to rise again, and then it'll go to the horizon with the sun starting to poke up over the horizon and then work its way down to the bottom where 6 o'clock should be. It's actually noon. And then boom, 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 boom. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess I explained that to him.
Yeah.
I try my best to. I don't know if they've ever seen a clock or not.
According to you, the sun should be at half horizon, like it's setting. Half setting, if you will. But instead of half setting, it's still just reading like it's noon.
That is just blazing.
Yeah. And it's just weird. Yeah, so you explain that to them. And now Eom and Agargus, I'm going to ask you guys personally, just because I'm really curious about your answers here. Does Eom understand that? Like, does he take in what Takashi's saying, and does he comprehend it?
He comprehends it. He just doesn't really give a shit, because to him, he's gonna be like I imagine he explains all that, and Neon's just kind of like, okay, so it's just fucking broken. Like, what's weird about that? It's just a broken clock. He doesn't see the correlation of, like, maybe perhaps there's something arcane at work here. He's just like very practically like, nah, it's just a fucking broken clock. You know, so it's set to the wrong time. Big deal. It's a dusty room. Nobody's been through this. Even natural.
Somebody made it wrong. How about Agargus? Does Agargus comprehend all this?
Like comprehend like the picture or what they're saying.
both, really. Like, does Agargus really, like, does Agargus kind of understand what the clock is saying? What Takashi's explanation of how sunrise to sundown works in time, and the correlation between the two pictures, like the fact that the sun should be at half setting, and yet it's just blazing, you know, and Takashi kind of just explained, well, we know this because blah, 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 you know, this is the way the sun works, you know. Does Agargus understand that enough now to understand that, well, yeah, that is really weird on this clock. that is a weird clock.
Yeah, he's like still glad he's pointed it out because he's like, does this like pertain to anything or am I overanalyzing it?
That's what you guys got to ask yourself. Are you overanalyzing it? Is this just a messed up clock? Did they just make it wrong? Or is there something more at work here with this clock?
What do you all think?
I just reckon it's a broken clock, if I'm gonna be honest. Not to say that.
Yeah, I bet that is going to be like. Now there is something weird about it, huh? Right. He totally switches up. He like looks at Takashi for a second, you know, like you motherfucker. Then he looks back and he's like, "No, there is something weird about that. Not quite sure what. There's something weird."
I'm just gonna walk away and let them go back to doing whatever they're doing. I'm not gonna walk over to the twins and see what's going on over there.
All right, so you're just like, you know what? Yeah. So you walk over to the twins and leave Eom and Agargus staring at this clock. So the twins, my doc, have you kind of thought this through in curiosity as to why this needle only wants to stay at the edge of the record and not begin scooting itself over to play?
I haven't really thought about exactly what I can do about it, but I have an idea or two. But yeah, that just fiddling with it. I think like the first. I mean, can they just look if there's any like obvious mechanical sort of issue? Like, I suppose, like, you know,
you just want to look the phonograph over, right? Just like inspect.
Yeah, like
inspect
if there's
it.
any like clear.
Go ahead and just roll me a spot. Roll me a spot. Okay.
Just
Which one is gonna roll? Which one's rolling the spot?
Just like so.
Sir Solixel? Okay, and what is she inspecting in particular? We'll say there's 4 parts, okay? There's the horn, where the music comes out of, you know. There's the needle arm itself, which is made out of the same material as the horn, same filigree and everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's the record itself, and then there's the actual box, the player. So which of the 4 parts is she inspecting?
I suppose we'll just be looking, but mainly like at the needle, and like why it isn't moving.
Okay, so we're gonna say you like test it out and mess with it, check the needle. The needle's there, you know, because especially on these old phonographs, they weren't like those small, tiny little needles you get on modern record players. They were like spikes, you know what I'm saying? You could easily like stick somebody in the eye with one of them things, you know?
Yeah.
It's you know, so you check the needle. The needle's not dull. The arm moves correctly. You know, they they don't move from side to side. You know, they got the little handle on them that you just tilt up or tilt
Yeah.
down. You know what I mean? That works just fine.
It must be.
All that seems to be in working order.
We don't want to like touch and switch it up too much, but it must be then that I want to focus on the disc. Like, is it that it's completely flat? Like there's not really grooves in it to actually carry the needle towards the center.
Ah, that is the correct answer. There's nothing to carry the needle. And I will go as far as to saying, too, you also notice something you didn't notice before about the embossing is that the embossing isn't just all over the record in different, like in random order. Every section, it's like this thing is broken into sections. You know, even though it doesn't have the grooves to indicate sections, the sections are indicated by the different embossings. Each section has its own embossing on it. One singular embossing to tell you like what part of the record you are on. If that makes any sense. You know, they're not sitting there in a perfect line, you know what I'm saying? It's staggered, but you now realize, okay, so if I put the needle here, the needle is always going to continue to run around this one part of the record and hit this one singular embossing every time it makes a full rotation. As if it's playing the embossing.
I see. Hmm.
And we'll say there's 3 embossings in total. One for the farthest, the closest to the edge. One more to like the set, you know, about the middle, you know, the middle embossing we can say, and then there's the one that's closest to the very center, the smallest subsection of said record.
Do they exist in such a way that the needle could like trace them, or not? Not really.
It would just run over the top of them. It wouldn't be so much that the needle traced over them, but they are small enough that the needle would hit them completely. Would roll over the rune in its entirety every time.
Well, I suppose I'll try that then.
So you want to do closest to the edge, closest to the edge, closest to the center, or the one in between the two?
Let's start closest to the edge.
Closest to the edge? Okay, so you take the needle and you move it to to that one, to the closest to the edge, and the record begins to play and it goes across this. But now, when the record was making no noise, now it's just making that gritty sound, you know, that staticky sound that you get with vinyl. That until it hits the rune. And then you hear something, you're not quite sure it's words, but you're not quite sure. It's all and then it goes around it. And then it comes back to it and it says it again. You know? And then it goes around, you know what I'm saying? And it does this a total of 3 times. And then that third time, that noise comes up out of the phonograph and boom, projects an image. Instead of playing music, it projects those words, and the words form up and fire out of the phonograph like light. And that light hits open air. And it looks as if the open air tears open a fabric in reality. And on the other side of that, what you see is what looks like several islands floating in a sky of vast blue. But these islands are all interconnected. You see land masses sitting on the center of these wheels that are all interconnected. Each island looks like a wheel or a cog, and each cog is connected to one or the other, and there are several of them. Some of these cogs are smaller than some of them, than others, and the smaller ones sometimes are like placed at the junctions where some of the bigger cogs meet, and they connect to an even smaller cog, and that cog may have like a rod that sticks through it and pierces down into the island cog below it, pinning it all together, and it begins to look somewhat like a clockwork. And on each of these cogged islands are different land masses that you can see.
Oh no.
And floating through the sky, every now and then you get a glimpse of what looks like a blue steel. Like, it's like the color of a blue steel. It looks like it may be made out of metal, but you can't really tell. But it looks almost like a cylinder, but instead of being a perfect cylinder with flat ends on either side of it, it rolls on its edges, looking like a stretched egg, coming to, like, you know how an egg shape, an oval shape comes to a point. So this is more like an oval, like a giant stretched oval that is wide. It is extremely wide, as if it's full of something, and it's got what looks like propellers attached to the backside of it, and just a large, what looks like a large house, or even it's so strange because it looks like it is so big it could house an entire city with inside of it, attached to the bottom of this blue steel looking egg-like shaped oval, attached to it, and it's floating through the sky. And every once in a while it just flies by, and sometimes it flies by close enough that you get a better sense of its size, and it is extremely massive. You know, maybe even bigger than what the Legends of Dragons are supposed to be, you know? And then sometimes you can see it off in the distance, flying, just kind of hovering around these different cogs. But even at a far distance, it is still large enough that it looks like you could just reach out and grab it. And you can see this thing just moving, you know? And these cogs, every once in a while, just turn. And again, you have different land masses. Some of them look like forests, some of them look like deserts, some of them look like they're more like utopian or even dystopian, if you will. You know, on the desert one, just off in the distance, you swear you can see what looks like a mechanical temple hovering on it, hovering in the sky on it, but you can't really, you know. Some of them have like mountain ranges with volcanoes and things like that, and you can just you can see it all. But what really strikes you is how advanced it all looks. A lot of it looks extremely advanced. Even in its most archaic form, it all looks really advanced. You can see like factories with stacks puffing smoke out of them and things like that, you know, and it's all completely beyond you. You've never seen a society that looks like this. You don't even have words that can describe some of the things you're seeing.
Twins definitely don't know what this is. I think they both only kind of reach out to touch the image because, well, just such beauty.
Both of them at once?
Yeah.
All right, Takashi, I'm going to need you to roll me a reflex save real quick. Because I'm not even giving you a chance to decide on what you do
Yo,
here.
am I dodging that?
You're not dodging a thing. You're reacting. You are purely reacting.
Did I react fast enough?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Out of the 21, you move so quick that you watch as that. You're like watching it too, Takashi, by the way, because you walked up and, the twins weren't really paying that much attention to you. They were just kind of doing their own thing. So you just been standing there like unassuming, like they're not really, so they're not even really paying much attention to you. And then this all opens up and you all three of you are looking at it. And then you watch the two twins go to reach out and touch this image. And then they go to fall through it, fall right in there. It's not an image. It's a portal. And they go to fall right in that portal. And you instinctively just reach out as quickly as you can with both hands and grab a hold of them and pull them back, right back out of it. Like, because they were about to just fall. And because they were up in the air, they would have just fallen down, to somewhere. You know what I mean? Who knows? But you did not let that happen. You grabbed them both and pulled them back and keep them from falling into the portal and possibly going head first to their doom.
What was that? Cecilus definitely just says, thank you, I think? That was rather more tactile than I expected.
You're welcome.
So, this thing can just kind of whisk you away. I think we need to see what the other ones are. I like the middle one. I'm gonna put
I'm down for it. Why not? Explore a little bit.
Yeah, true. Actually, given what just happened, I think Itarian does explain this as you. I think I'd like to... Yeah, try the middle run, see if it opens up a new place. And, yeah, we'll put the little record player onto the second, like, kind of room.
Yeah? Alright.
This time, we're gonna stand well clear of the, where the kind of image came out last time.
Yeah, just stand back a little bit and let it do its thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sure. So you go, to the next one, right? And it starts playing. It does the same thing, and every time it hits the symbol, it says some words, Menimponum. Only it's different this time. Again, Menimponum. And then one more time. Menimponum. And then lights come out and, you see it tear a hole in the fabric. Only this looks much different than what you saw the last time. You see a place that looks like a world without blue skies. It is constantly covered in clouds, whether those clouds be dark gray or light blue or dark as night. Clouds that, they literally look like oil, just in the form of clouds drifting through the sky, and they don't sit in their own parameters either. They intermix with one another, and then it's like a swirling canvas. Think Think Van Gogh's Starry Night, you know, with ripples of red lightning dancing inside their folds, and every once in a while you see a streak of red just strike across the sky. And when it does, sometimes it's one singular beam that suddenly branches out like fingers across the sky, and you see broken islands everywhere, broken land masses. Some of it looks like actual land, some of it looks like cathedral walls of some sort, like actual cobblestone. None of it begins to make any sense once you get to staring at it. It begins to just look like pure chaos. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes the lands bump into each other and break and form up new lands, and sometimes they bump into each other and bounce off as harmless as rubber smacking rubber. You see things that just defy the imagination. You may see things like fish. Oh yeah, that's fish. I see that. But they're not in water. They're just floating around in air. But as they float around in air and you watch their tails swish this way and that to give them movement, you see the fabric of reality around them dance as if they're rippling it like it's water. This way and that, you see things form up and then die within the minute that they were birthed. You watch trees form and then wither and crumble to ash, not even wood, but ash, as if they were on fire, but no flame can be found. While sometimes you watch things that look like they're made out of ash, for instance, form up and you see a person there, an actual like human, or humanoid, but they have no mouth or eyes or ears. They have no distinguishable. They're completely naked, but they're as atomically correct as a Ken doll. They have no bodily parts to discern whether or not they're, male or female or anything like that. They're just these humanoid figures, and they take 2 steps and then crumble to the ground and become sludge that continues to move, and then that sludge may form a whole new piece of land or flowers or grass, but nothing is eternal there. Nothing lasts for more than a few minutes. And then you watch it rain, and the rain comes down off in the distance. You watch only one subsection of this insanity begin to rain, and as it rains down, it rains literal blades from the sky. As you watch this from the distance. And then you see an eye. It opens up in the very fabric of reality, as if everything you've been watching suddenly just opens its eye before you and becomes the eye itself, completely hindering your vision of what was ever behind it. And this eye is singular, and within inside of it, of the whites of its eyes look like dancing flames and water and land and air. You just see it all swirling within it, and its pupil is the blackest you've ever seen, with a singular slit in the middle of it like a serpent's. And the iris is broken into 4 subsections, each representing a different element. One of fire, wind, water, and terran. And it stares at you. I'm gonna need the 3 of you to roll sanity checks for me.
Okay. Shit, which I recall is where is it?
You're just gonna roll a D100, and you want to get lower than your total sanity. So whatever your sanity is at, let's say it's a 40, you want to get like 40 or lower.
I'm trying to find my sanity. I don't. I don't know where my sanity's at. Let me see if I have.
That went well.
Oh shit!
That
I'm not passing mine at all.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what you got. Oh my gosh!
Okay, I think shit's about to go down. So before that happens, I do want to say, as they were watching this, like especially before the eye showed up, Cecilia still definitely commented, "Well, this is much more artistically impactful than the last one." And Ethereum just kind of nods, and then the eye shows up.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Damn.
It's complete chaos is what you're staring at. You know what I mean? You're seeing
And they
complete
are
chaos.
massively-
Why the other one you saw was very ordered, you could say. It looks like everything was completely ordered. This one is complete chaos.
Yeah.
Complete chaos. Yeah. So, with that said, I am going to tell you guys right now that, because this is at the DM's discretion, and what you are witnessing right now is not something really good. You are going to have to take 1d12 points of sanity damage. However, you do have some options to try and keep that from happening, okay?
Okay.
You can go with expected fate, which means that you're just going to roll the d12 and hope for the best. You know what I mean? Because this is a horrific situation. Okay? You can go with option 2, which is rationalize, which means you can try and roll this one more time to see if you can't shake this off. However, if you fail trying to rationalize this, instead of rolling a d12, you will roll a d20.
Oh god. What happens if you lose all your sanity?
If you lose all of your sanity,
Yeah.
well, we'll get into that. But hold on. There's option 3, which is acceptance, which means if you've got enough heroic points to burn, you can use them right now to roll to basically, and the way this is going to work is you don't roll them. They're D4 dice. So basically you're just going to count by 4s. 4, 8, yada, 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 all the way down till you can add up. Because basically what you're doing is you're at 88, for instance, Mindoc. You can use 4 minus 88, and then you use 4 more, minus 4 more, minus 4 more till you get below your sanity. Or at least on your sanity. You see what I'm saying?
That'd be great if I didn't roll 4 times my sanity.
Yeah, like if you have enough heroic dice, you can do this and just burn them. If not, then you're going to either go with option 2 or option 1. Expected fate, and you just roll the d12 and hope for the best, or you can go for option 2, rationalize, and try a reroll. But if you fail that reroll, you will roll a d20 for your sanity loss instead. If
I know what my options are.
Takashi, because you were asking what happens if you lose all your sanity, let's look at your character sheet real quick here, and I'll walk you through it. I'll walk you through it real quick. Where's your sanity written down at? Or well, you know what? You should be on the page.
Yeah, it's 20. I have a 20 sanity.
God Dang. Okay, so if you lose all your sanity, what's going to happen is you're going to develop a really like debilitating quirk.
Okay.
A really debilitating quirk, like something is, you know, like, and you will be expected to play it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna base something upon this, like, you know, maybe you're gonna have this like really big fear of eyes, for instance, right? Like you're gonna, you know, like not every eye is gonna mess with you. Like you can look somebody in the eye and not feel, you know what I mean? But if somebody looks at you the wrong way sometimes, or you run into some kind of creature that's got a big eye, a big, like one big center eye, or something like that happens to you, you will be in fear, and you will have to roll to, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna mess with you. But yeah. So we're going for the oh, you can roll that in public, that won't matter. We're just gonna, yeah.
No, you misunderstand. But either way, yeah, I just took the sanity damage.
Yeah, you just went with the sanity damage? Alright, well, yeah. I need you to roll two, because they don't share a sanity, so I'm gonna need you to roll for two of them. You know what I'm saying? Did you write down both of their sanity, or did you give them just one singular sanity?
Well, give me a sec. I'm gonna DM you.
Okay. But yeah, while he's you can roll it. You could try a reroll, or you can but if you fail that reroll, you will roll a d20 for your sanity damage, or you can roll a d12 and just hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm fucked with waiting.
Well, you won't lose all your sanity even if you hit. Well, what's 12 minus 20?
8.
8. So you'll have 8 sanity left. You know what I'm saying?
My next sanity moment is gonna drive me insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what we get. No fucking way. we hope for the best.
Yeah, you lost 1 sanity from that. Takashi, you are made out of sterner stuff. Man. I will say that, because you stood up to the Sharn and did not run from the fear. And then you stood like Gandalf, being like, you will not pass. You know what I mean? Even when he bashed you up against a wall, you were like, is that the best you got? And now you're looking at something pretty horrific that I will not explain, but you are looking into the eye of something that is no good. And you're still just like, you feel like a shudder. You feel just like a bit of your sanity go, but you like steel yourself and you're like, no, that is not the way, that is not the honorable way. So yeah, good for you. Good for you. Let me look at this real quick and
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tell the twins. Let's not do that again.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Cool.
Yeah. Again, though, like certain things will only affect one, not the other. You see what I'm saying? Because they do have that ability to transfer.
Yeah, I mean
hindrances. But yeah, we'll for the sake of this, we'll say because of this. Yeah, I think it would make sense that if one of them, you know what I mean? Yeah. Cool. So 9 points. So 9 minus whatever your sanity is now. Boy, that's tough, man. That's tough. And actually, really, no. It's if you get, because your sanity started at 20, Takashi, correct?
I believe so. I think that's what I got for doing the against
the roll.
him.
Yeah. So if you get down to 10, you will develop a tick. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what.
9 more chances.
Mind Dog, I don't know what
Yeah.
Sir Solixil, but if you get to half of what your total sanity is, you will develop a tick. Okay, if you go completely insane, then it becomes extreme. Things become extremely debilitating. It's like you're seeing.
Yeah.
It's like you're seeing like had you gotten to 10 here, Takashi, you'd have been seeing eyeballs everywhere. You know what I mean?
It looks like they both have the same. That they both have the same sanity at the moment, anyways. But yeah, not quite below half yet.
Okay. So if you guys ever get to half your sanity, let me know. You will develop ticks. If you lose your complete sanity, then you have temporary bouts of madness, and it sticks with you. You know what I mean? It's almost like you know what I'm saying? Like Takashi, had you lost your sanity completely, eyes would have, you know what I mean? You'd have been like, I've seen God. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been crazy. You know? Yeah, so, yeah. And you're expected to play this way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I expect you to play like you're mad a little bit. You know, you could get your sanity back, and you can even get over some of these things with, like, the correct kind of, like, therapies, if you will. You know what I mean? And you can get your sanity back, but some of this stuff just sticks with you for the rest of the time. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? So you see that happen, and yeah, it hits you guys that you are looking in the eye of pure evil. And I'm not talking about like evil like an enemy might appear evil to you, you know, like a warlord who's running through villages and burning them down, you know, but when he goes home at night, he brings his kids like a gift or something. So there is a hint of good in them. You know what I mean? Where even somebody who does something horrific still has love in their heart in some form or fashion. This is completely devoid of all compassion, of all love. You know, you get the impression that you are staring in the eye of something that if it were moving to you, if it were coming at you with every intent of annihilating you, there is nothing you could say to it that would change its mind. There's no kind of reason or rhyme. It just wants pure annihilation. It is devoid of all love, all compassion. It is beyond, and this is why you had to roll your sanity, because that is beyond comprehension to you. Because even the evilest thing that you could think of right now still has something that it feels love and compassion for. Because that's just nature. And you are seeing something that is beyond nature. It is the opposite of nature. It is the opposite of creation. It is pure void of all things. And it wants nothing more than to consume. And then, for whatever reason, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, go on.
No, you go ahead.
Finish first. It depends a lot on what you say.
Well, I was going to say, for whatever reason, the phonograph shuts itself off. The needle lifts on its own and cuts the record off, and the portal closes, almost like as if it's on a timer, on its own timer, to keep whatever it just opened up from staying open for too long, lest something come through. But
that's probably good, because Cecilia and Cecilixel and Domitarian just stare at it like they're just awestruck the entire time. Like just with the eye even, and like I don't know, they look like they've seen like the most beautiful thing they've ever laid their eyes on the entire time.
Yeah. It was beautiful.
And like terrified at the same time.
Yeah. I feel you. Yeah, like how can it exist? Yeah. But you saw it. And it was there. And yeah. That's about all I can say about all of that. And then you still have the last one. If they feel up to the task of even looking at it, or it, like seeing what is there now. You know what I mean?
I think I sort of look back to like see how Takashi's doing, like what their reaction was. So. It's very interesting.
Oddly
Did you
enough,
See all that as well.
What?
The changing landscape, the eye. You saw
Eh.
it all.
Yeah, it was a little spooky.
Was it not beautiful?
Your definition of beautiful and mine are completely different, but to each their own, I guess.
They sort of just look at each other and both shake hands. And so Alex says, "We really must see the last one. That wasn't comfortable, but well, what could it be?" And unless Takashi knows to stop them, they're going to go and try to play the lost rune.
all right. That last one is the one that you kind of recognized a little bit. You know? That was the one that you kind of were looking at that rune and you were just kind of like, that it's kind of familiar. You know what I mean? That's something's kind of off about that, but it's sort of familiar, you know? And so you begin playing that last part there, you know, and again the needle runs through there, you know, and it says, and once it hits the rune, you know, it's all Torbat, and the freaking light shines through and it opens up. Only you don't really see a landscape here per se. What you see is, so picture, how do I explain this? Picture an upside down cone, right? And but the cone itself is broken up into several sections. 9 of them, if you will. And each section, as the cone is sliced into 9 halves, if you will, are torn away from one another, creating their own disc within this cone shape. And each disc has its own style to it. You can't really explain the surrounding look that this cone, this cone with these 9 sections of land. You can't really explain what this is floating in. It looks like a firmament of some sort. It's nothing but swirling colors and lights and twinkles and shines. It looks like oil that has just Christmas lights inside of it. It's constantly swirling and moving, and every once in a while it sparkles like it's got glitter, and every once in a while you just see different lights flashing inside of it as if they're like Christmas lights. And each landmass has its own different style. The very top piece of the cone, and again, this is an upside down cone, so it's inverted, you know, and it's sitting completely vertical. The very top section of it, what would be the base if this thing was sitting right side up, is the largest piece, and it looks like red desert. When I say desert or red desert, I mean it looks like it's a desert location with sand that is red, but we're not talking like dark red. We're talking like a faded red, almost like a rust, with mountain ranges on it of a similar color and red skies. But the skies aren't like the other place you saw. They're not completely covered. The skies are just the same red faded color with, you know, dark gray clouds that float over it every once in a while. It's not completely unpleasant, but it doesn't look very hospitable, except for little locales that you can sort of see tucked away on this large land, on this piece of land. Again, you're looking at this from a long distance, but you can see what looks like cities that have that are lit up with lights of a sort. What looks like spotlights dancing off of these cities that are shining into the air like signals, but they have no rhyme or reason other than the fact that they're just kind of going back and forth like they're moving to some unheard music, you know? And each level just gets worse and worse. You know, some levels look like they're just dungeons. One level looks like it's a dungeon, for instance. I'm not going to go through all 9 levels, just so you know. But like, as an example, one level looks like it's just a dungeon, like it belongs inside of a castle. Like you're looking at something inside of a castle, only it's like the darkest dungeon, dare I say. And in there you can see different cells and things like that, but there are things and tortures taking place in there that are of an adult nature, we'll say. You know, different kinds of bleedings and blood plays and swapping of fluids, sometimes together, sometimes just shared upon one person, different kinds of tortures, cuttings, and all of it, and yet there's something strangely erotic about it.
Right.
One level looks like it's just a frozen wasteland, the coldest place you've ever seen. As your eyes is just scanning, some of these places just catch your eye. One place looks like it is just a giant glacier of like freezer burn, frostbite come to life in landmass, where everything is frozen over and looks dead. The mountains, the sky, all of it. And you're just slowly working your way down. But before you get to the very bottom and get to inspect the bottom, you see this hand reach out. Like, not from what you're looking at. Like, you don't see like an arm stretch out unnaturally long with a hand coming. It's like this hand just suddenly creeps up over the portal itself and close it, crushing it like it's nothing but a wad of paper. And the needle stops and pulls itself up abruptly.
I'm not sure how to feel about that one.
And I will also add that it's even more confusing that rune is familiar to you two in some odd reason, for some odd reason, because you have no discernible clues as to what that place even was. Although,
Peculiar.
I will let you guys roll one more intelligence on.
Okay.
You can either roll an intelligence or I'll let you roll a knowledge of religion. I'll give you one more try at both to see if you can't discern something a little bit more out of that.
Sure. We'll see if they know their religion.
Okay.
Let's go.
16's pretty good. You get to looking at that. You guys, the both of you, Itarion and Sir Salixel, that was a little too much. Not like previously that tempted your sanity. It's just like, why would we recognize this? You know, we've never even, and you get to looking at it and you realize it's because it's cult language. You realize that is a blasphemy of Sylvan. The mother language of the elven language,
Yeah.
oftentimes high elves especially like to sometimes just straight up speak Sylvan. It's kind of like Mandarin and Chinese, you know what I mean? A lot of high elves like to just straight up speak Sylvan and not even speak Elvish, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because high elves especially are so good at speaking Sylvan, and they know wood elves and wild elves and drow especially aren't as fluent in Sylvan. It's just another reason another way of showing them that I'm a high elf. You know what I mean? Even when the other subclasses of elf know Sylvan, it still doesn't sound quite right coming out of their mouths as it does out of high elves, And Sylvan is the mother language of Elvish, but what you're looking at is a blasphemy of Sylvan. It's a tweak of Sylvan, and you recognize it now that you're really staring at it. What you're looking at is a rune that is an infernal. And oftentimes, these cults that worship infernal beings of the 9 hells of Bator, this is their language. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is their language. They have a, infernal, all infernal really is a Sylvan dialect that is infernal. You know what I mean? What might even interest Sir Salixel and Itarion even more, is the fact that even though it is quote unquote a blasphemy of Sylvan, it's no less elegant. In fact, some of the dialect might even be more elegant depending on, how you want to look at it. But that's why you recognize, and that's why knowledge of religion works here, because this is cult writing. These are occult symbols. This is an occult symbol. And it's backwards, oddly enough. And that's the three runes on that record. Agargus, Eom, I didn't lose you guys, did I? I know that took us a minute. I'm really sorry about that. You guys still with me?
What?
We might have lost them. They might have.
Yes, sorry. It took me a second to unmute my mic. Agaricus is standing up right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that
I think she went to the bathroom.
what I was going to ask is, since Eom decided to be contrary the way that he did, is he really going to bother to even try and figure out what this clock is doing, or is he just did he just do that for the sake of doing
Oh
that?
no,
could care less.
he doesn't. If anything, he'd be kind of just like, "What? So what do you think, Ericus?" type thing. But like, what do you guys make of it? Now tell me why it's weird. You know.
Oh, right.
But he's not. I mean, you know, I guess like it doesn't look like it has any buttons on it or anything, does it?
Nope, just the singular hand. And then it's got its natural clock workings. You know, you can see the hammer swinging back and forth inside the glass casing. You know what I mean? But beyond that, it's just a grandfather clock with a weird clock face.
I guess I'll try and like push the hand to the hour that we think it is, assuming there's like a proper representation. You said it'd be like afternoon.
Yeah, it would be, according to what Takashi was looking at, it's reading that it should be like Takashi's when he was looking at it, he was looking at it like it should be like half sundown. You know what I mean? Like half horizon, I guess is the way it would be termed. Half horizon, like it's the sun's starting to go down beyond the horizon, so it's half horizon. You know what I mean? You have
Right.
half horizon down and then half horizon up for when the sun starts to rise. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll see if I'll go and give it like a little push to see if the hand is like free, you know, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, I'll just push it into where we think it should be and see if that does anything.
So you, you reach up there and you turn the clock, and you mess with the hand and you turn it to where you think it should be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just for the sake of my curiosity, could that just be anywhere? You want me to just discern that for you, or you know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah,
not
like,
necessarily important right now. You know what I mean? You could really put it anywhere.
I mean, hey, you know, like, much to my behest, like you said, Takashi had said something about where it should be. And he, like, more subconsciously takes that into consideration. If you were to ever, like, ask him about it, he would deny it and be like, I figured it out on my own. You know, whatever. But, yeah.
Are you making that one?
With what Takashi said, he moves it to the spot he thinks would be the correct spot.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to that, like, so yeah, I guess in some fashion I'm leaving it to your discretion, but
Yeah,
that's
so
my intention with it.
he takes it to where he thinks Takashi. Yeah, so he would never admit this, but he's just going upon Takashi's suggestion, and he clicks it to where he thinks it should be. And nothing happens with this clock. But the clock on the other side of the couch, you guys hear a discernible click. That's it, just a
I guess
discernible.
I'm gonna go look at that now. I'm gonna be like, you fucking hear that?
What the? Yeah.
And I'm just gonna go inspect the other one now, I guess.
All right, so you you go over to that other clock and you inspect the face on that one, right? And what you see is the exact opposite of what you would have seen on the other clock face. It's broke up. This one is broken up into the cycles of the moon. You know, moon up here, moon here, moon there, moon there. You know what I'm saying? But instead of it like going horizon, it's slowly fading out. If that makes any sense. Because as the sun rises, you lose vision of the moon, right? Typically, now I know everybody's looked up at the sky early in the morning and seen just the ridge of the moon. You know what I mean? So I know the moon is visible during the day, but that's the whole point. That's the whole point, is the fact that what this is showing you is how the moon slowly vanishes as light hits it. And it does that all the way around, with the top being completely vanished moon, and then right next to it, it just shows sun. However, normally it would do that. So now you're seeing moon vanish, sun, with an extra spot saying sun. However, you're not seeing sun, the time that should indicate sunrise, it's just sun. So while the other one is just showing pure sun all the way around and then just moon, this one's actually showing you like the clock for the sun should be showing you how the moon slowly vanishes and then just sun.
Okay, so it's like the night cycle, question mark?
Like the night cycle.
I guess he's gonna like take
But-
a second, kind of staring at it,
But
perplexed,
this
you
one's
know?
this one's actually showing you the night cycle. While the other one doesn't actually show you the day cycle, it's just sun, 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 moon. This one shows you what the night cycle should be and then just sun. See what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, he's gonna stand there looking at it, perplexed for a second, and for some reason he kind of like starts counting his fingers, you know, like he's doing math, and then he like turns, then he reaches out and turns the hand to sun.
He goes to sun.
Yeah,
He hears he hears a click come from the other clock. Only Agaragis, is Agaragis back now?
yeah,
Yes.
So Agaragis, you're standing there and you hear the click. Like Eon hears the click, only you're staring at the clock. You're staring at the sun clock. And that clicking is as you watch the hand move from wherever it was, spin all the way to sun. Or all the way to moon and go click.
Should I tell? Like,
You can play as much D&D as you like. Don't ask me what you should do. You do what you're gonna do, and if we need to roll dice, we will.
well, if I heard it click anyway, I guess I'm coming back to look at it regardless, so.
So
okay,
you-
Agaricus. Oh, go ahead.
no. You go.
Oh, Agaricus was just gonna be like, hey, does anyone else see the hand pointing to the moon?
But yeah, Eon is already walking over there, and it's just kind of like it just moved its position.
It looks like it.
He just kind of scratches his head. Like I don't know. On the other side, when I first came up to it, where was it positioned anyway? Was it in the like same relative spot as to where it was on the other clock? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, was it in the same position relative to where I had moved the hand on the other clock?
Oh no, it's all it's all changed. Like, what before you moved it? Before
Yeah,
you moved
when I
it?
went up and yeah, like so I
No.
moved it on the first clock and then I went and looked at the second clock.
No.
Was it in the same spot relative to that position?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so second question, does it look like now it's just been reset?
Both hands, because of the extra position, like on the sun one, you have an extra spot for moon, and then on the moon one you have an extra spot for sun. Both hands are sitting where they would be in both clocks. Both clocks have hands sitting on that spot. When you move that to moon,
So if
when you
like
move
the
that
moon
to moon,
and the
other-
sun were the 0 position, then it looks like they both moved back to the 0 position.
Yeah, I'll say yes to that because you figured that out on your own without having to roll, so I'm going to say yes. Yes,
Okay.
to you it feels like, oddly enough, you picked this up, and I say oddly, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Oddly for Eon in some
oddly
sense.
for
He
Eon in some
solves riddles
sense.
and puzzles.
You figured out that this does feel like a reset, like you just reset both clocks. Like maybe they weren't sitting in relative position correctly when you were messing with them just now, like they were both just off, but setting one to this position set the other one to this position, which means it feels like a reset.
Okay, then I am going to move the position of the first clock back to, like relative afternoon, like I had it before.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the second clock, I'm gonna go over there and move the hand to like what feels like it would be the same relative time frame, if that makes sense.
All right, that one I'm going to have you roll for. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not
Okay.
going to have you roll for that because you figured that out. You figured it out that they, you know what I'm saying? That they're odd. You know what I mean? So I'm just gonna give that to you. You figured this puzzle out. You don't need to roll to, like had you been struggling with it and you were like, can I just roll this and see, you know what I mean? And kind of get the answer from me, You figured it out though that, basically the clocks, even though they say sun, and the other one's the cycle of the moon, you figured out all I got to do is figure out what the cycle of the moon is and then put the sun just right where it is, meaning the sun is shining on the moon and that's why that moon's faded on this side. You know what I mean? You figured it out. So,
Right.
I think that's what you had figured out. I might have just given you the answer. My bad. If I did.
I mean, I didn't put it in those words, but I mean, like
they both
whatever
just-
image of the moon feels like it represents the same relative positions of the sun.
Yeah, exactly. So you do that, and they both clocks, the hammers on them stop, and they both go boom so hard that you can actually see the wavelengths coming off of them. Boom! I mean, like, it is so loud that it catches both Iterion and Sir Salixel and Takashi's attention. Like, everybody in the room, like, you all just turned to these clocks, and they are banging so loud, you can see the vibrations coming off of them. In perfect, like, like, the vibrations are the perfect shapes of these grandfather clocks. It's like wisps of vibration, just boom, And the center couch, you now notice that couch sitting in between the two clocks is bolted to the wall, and the whole section of that wall turns, revealing that there's a back side of that wall, and on the other side of that wall is two pedestals bolted into the wall itself. Not even bolted in, it looks like they were formed out of the wall itself, like they are a piece of the wall. And sitting on either pedestal are two rings. One pedestal holds a ring closest to the moon clock. One pedestal holds a ring closest to the sun clock.
They're like rings for your finger.
Rings for your finger.
Oh, I'm gonna go take them both. I'm gonna be like, I found these. These are mine.
One ring has like on the
To
center.
rule them all.
Yeah, on these rings, right? The center of the rings have like a pearl. Both rings have like a pearl in the center of them, right? But only half a pearl. The other half, one of them looks like it's black onyx, and the other one is half pearl, and then half like not ruby, but like, oh, what is that? What is that stone called? It's red and
Garnet?
it's not. It's not like a. It's not like a. It's more like a rock type mineral as opposed to like a gem type mineral. I just can't think of what that.
Oh, like
for
igneous rock?
could be
I don't know.
yeah, hold on. I'm googling it because I've got to know because I can't. Jasper.
Oh,
You know, because Jasper's not. I think it's Jasper because Jasper's not really so much like crystalline as much as it's like more like, you know what I'm saying? Or coral. No, it's Jasper. Yeah, it's Jasper. Yeah, it's like a red jasper. You know what I mean?
right.
So one's like onyx and the other's like jasper. So on each ring, you got a center pearl there, but it's only half pearl. But it's not, you can't, the funny thing is it's not a definitive split. It's like the pearl itself forms into the jasper. The pearl itself forms, and as it, you know what I'm saying, into the onyx. It's like a perfect orb that melds into one another on each ring.
Do they just seem like regular ass rings? Like they're just expensive ring jewelry, or is there some kind of I don't know, like magic or presence that comes with them? I do have a knowledge of Arcana.
You can roll a knowledge of Arcana, and you can also roll an appraise to see just how expensive they look. I mean, they're not gold rings. They're not gold rings. They look like they're made out of like maybe brass or not even that soft of a material. You know what I'm saying? But bronze, perhaps.
Oh well, no, I don't fucking know shit about them.
Nope. No, but I mean, you could tell that those are, you know, pretty stones. You know what I'm saying?
Is my finger too big to put it on? Why should I ask? I'm just gonna put them on.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
gonna
gonna
put
say.
one on either hand. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put the sun one on my right hand and the moon one on my left.
Okay, so you put them
Both
on.
middle finger.
You don't notice. You don't notice anything different. Like it's not like you put them on and then
Cool.
suddenly you shit up.
I guess he died.
Yeah. The fucking got him.
Hello, can you all hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, my mic decided, the OBS decided to quit reading my mic for some weird reason. What happened is my dog barked all crazy, and I think it caused it to, you know what I mean?
He's like mass depression.
Yeah, and I had to, wait a minute for it to, for it to reset itself. Sorry about that. Because he's got to be barking at, he's got to be barking at the cat for no reason. That's no good. You don't bark like that, man. Anyways.
Yeah, you should have.
Well, no, it's like
you should have.
Well, it's one thing if he's barking at the front door, because then you know what I'm saying. But barking at the cat for no reason, that's uncalled for. That's uncalled for.
Everybody's fucking bad.
Yeah, that's just uncalled for. I mean, I'm not like yelling. I'm not Hassan Piker. I'm not gonna shock him or anything like that. I'm not a
I
piece
know.
of.
I'm being a heel too.
I'm not a socialist piece of trash, but But with that said, no, what was I saying now? Oh yeah, so you put the rings on and nothing feels different. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't change anything. You don't suddenly feel like more empowered. You don't suddenly feel cursed. They just go on your finger and you're now wearing a pair of rings.
Fuck yeah. Bling bling boy. Eon looks extremely satisfied with himself. He's like, yes, check this out. I got some ornament. A tree as magnificent as I am deserves to be adorned.
With magnificence. Yeah, that's...
With magnificence. Yeah. So he's just rocking these rings, I guess.
Sure. And that's pretty much anything of...
Anything of what?
Hello?
This man fell off into the background.
No, it's the freaking... It's my mic. The OBS keeps unregistering my mic for some weird reason, and it's kind of ticking me off a little bit. It's kind of making me mad, just a little bit. I'm trying to keep my cool and, not... Because it's not even like... When it does that, it's not even recording me. It's just actual dead air. You know what I mean? And it's kind of ticking me off, and I'm trying to keep my cool about it. But what I was saying is that that's the only, like, those are the only things that stand out in this room, other than like old furniture, tables, and some crates so far that you guys have found in this room. So
Anything cool in the crates? Inside them? I'm gonna look through the crates.
okay, so you
Now I'm like on a high. I'm like, I gotta find more ornaments.
So I will say that the pile of crates that because they're more like piled instead of like nicely stacked, but the pile of crates that are closest to the door, Takashi already looked through. You can look at them and see that they've been rummaged through.
Yeah.
But there are some that are like maybe 10 feet.
Leave it to the orc to pillage the room immediately.
Yeah, there are some like 10 feet to your left that you could look through if you want. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna look through them, yeah.
Okay, so before I have you roll a search, let's find out what everybody else is doing at this point now. now that Takashi, Iterion, Sir Elixir have gone through their little adventure with this phonograph, and Agaragis, who's watched Eom solve the
That's
puzzle
what we're getting ready to do in this room.
the puzzle of the two clocks. What would everybody else like to be doing right now?
Yeah, you just said what would everybody else like to be doing right now? I'm searching through the crates.
I'm gonna continue just looking around, seeing if I find anything else.
Okay, you can just roll a search. If you're not really trying to look at anything in particular, you could just roll a search. I'll let you just roll an outright search and see what you discovered there.
In that 20, I find God. A search.
Eom, go ahead and roll me a search. How did you roll a 0? You have
well,
a
let me
negative
say.
3
Yeah,
to your search?
Yeah, I'm kind of fucked on it.
Yeah, his
So I rolled a
intelligence is
3.
low.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not finding shit. I
Dude,
just
you
stare
are
at the
finding,
wall.
yeah, you are like you are finding like pieces of lint and dust, and you know what I mean. I think
You found a roly-poly.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I was gonna say, you found a dead mouse, but yes, I like that better. You found a roly-poly, you know.
I'm gonna go over to the mushroom and be like, look at what I found.
You know, Agaricus is probably the one that would be stoked about a roly-poly too, because they're all like fucking mitochondrian and shit. You know, like they're the same like level of the food chain.
No kidding. I mean, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Actually, I could
They
see.
both break down detritus.
Yeah, I could see them both. I could see them just being so fascinated with it. Yeah. Yeah, Agaragis. Takashi shows you a roly-poly.
Can I keep it?
Yeah, I give it to Agaragis and I bow, and then I go find something else to search.
Agaricus bows back.
Oh yeah, because Agaragis knows that culture too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Takashi, you watch Agaragis bow back with almost the same kind of posture. You know what I mean? Like they do it proper. You know, not something you would expect to see anywhere other than Peng Shui.
Gives Takashi more reason to try to get that as my
Retainer.
Yep, that was the word I was looking for.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We're gonna take a side note here for a minute and just go on a side adventure. We're gonna delve into the future. About a week later, Agaragis found the roly-poly that Takashi had given them. You know? And it was good and dead. It died within the folds of their body because that's where Agaragis pockets everything. They will eventually pocket this poor roly-poly and forget that roly-poly's there and find it about a week later and be like, oh, my roly-poly, and it is completely toast. So that is the life and death of the roly-poly.
Named George.
Named George.
Nice.
Named George. You know, when I was a kid, I had. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna save that for fun fact next week. Thank you. You just gave me my fun fact for next week. So, what about Itarion and Sir Solixel? Mind Doc? Did we lose Mind Doc?
Took me a second this time. But yeah, I think while people were kind of doing this, they were just sketching like a copy of the runes on the layer. And then once they're done, which probably doesn't take them all that long, probably with like that explored, I don't think anything else in the room would overly interest them in that much. So they're probably just kind of watching the others go about their exploration, really.
Yeah.
Taking note of what they find and such.
Now that we've seen the beauty of the Eldritch Eye.
Yeah, like nothing else matters.
Yeah, so Eom, you go searching through, and 15's pretty good, all things considered. Considering what your search actually is.
Yeah.
You go, so
It's just a straight intelligence roll. I don't actually have search as a skill.
yeah, I know. I see that. You're like looking through it, and you're looking through, and it's just a bunch of baubles and knickknacks and things, you know what I'm saying? But you do find a silver pocket watch.
Oh, gangster.
Yeah, this is just a lot of these crates here just look like old catch-alls, you know, just old knickknacks that really, you know, have just been tossed aside with no real value to them. But you do find a silver pocket watch.
I put the silver pocket watch on around my neck like it's a necklace.
Oh, cool. All right. He's just blinging it up. Reminds me of that Jyrule song. We be living it up, only this time it's blinging it up. Anyways. What do I do? Anyways. Yeah.
Whoa.
That is, yeah, wow. That is pretty much this room in its entirety. It really is just full of nothing but just forgotten stuff, save for these two grandfather clocks and that xylophone, or that not xylophone, phonograph. There is nothing more of note in this room. So, the question is now, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to head towards the boiler room and go to the deeper area of the basement? Or do you want to inspect that final room?
I mean, fuck it, final room, right?
Yeah, might as well.
Alrighty. What is the marching orders of that final room?
Same as last time.
All right. This hall is just wide enough for 2 by 2, actually. So, we can put
fuck.
yeah. So, and I'm guessing the twins want to be up front. So, who's directly behind them, and then who's the last one in back? Because we've got, you know.
Well, Takashi's got to be the last one in back because Yum won't stand. Unless, I guess Yum could be the last one in back.
Okay.
Yum's the last one in back. I've decided.
And you know, I'm just kind of, and you know, it's weird because I'm just kind of assuming. Do the twins want to be up front this time, or where do they want to be? actually.
Well, I think they're kind of like, I think they're a bit shaken up, but at the same time, I don't think they would like, because it wasn't like a full hit of insanity. I don't think they like would, let the
They're
let
not.
the they're not gonna let that sort of aura drop
Appearance?
down. That's still going to run.
Yeah, they're not gonna let it ruin the rest of the vacation. Yeah, I got you.
Gotta keep appearances.
Sure. Yeah, so you guys find yourself at the end of this hallway at another door. This door isn't like the other doors that didn't have a handle. It's more like the door to the storage room. It's got a handle. You can go in there if you want.
Yeah, well, there. You know what? No, you know what? Because we need to keep appearances. I think we're just gonna straight up open this one. Just go in. Just sort of stride in.
Just step in, huh? So you guys come walking in,
yeah.
Sir Solixel and Atarian. You guys take a few steps in. Is everybody else just gonna be as bold and follow them in?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so
Eon's gonna push them in.
yeah, so Eon starts pushing forward, which causes everybody to just step in. You guys are at the entrance of this room. From the doorway, this room is 55 feet because the doorway is sitting directly north of this room. So north to south, it's 55 feet. And you can tell just by standing in here that it's from left to right or west to east, it is about 30 feet wide. Okay? Again, it's just another rectangular room. But you're not entering it dead center of the room. The doorway to the room is located on the west side wall, basically. Like you're entering it from the north, but you're alongside the west side wall. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Because when you enter here, off to your left, you instantly see a row of bookshelves. Then there's an aisle, and then another row of bookshelves in front of you. And then dead in front of you, you see what looks like sort of like a lounge area with couches. Three couches. And from what you can see just past the bookshelves, because the bookshelves are somewhat obstructing the wider area of where this room opens up at. But from what you can see right now is 3 couches, like in a lounging area, and then those rows of bookshelves. So you have 2 rows of bookshelves, an aisle in between them, and then you could walk maybe from your guys's from where Atarian and Sir Solixel are standing, you can walk 15 feet forward and you'll be in the greater room. If you so wish to.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys walk in the 15 feet more, and the room does open up past these bookshelves. There is one more set of bookshelves, but it's not an aisle of bookshelves. It's basically just one large shelf full of books. And then you have your couches. You have what looks like a organ, not a piano, but an organ in here. You have, besides the couches, to the far east hand corner of the room, so it'd be like southeast corner of the room, you have one chair that looks like it's more ornate than the rest of them, with a shelf next to it that has some books on it. sitting in the midst of all these couches, you have a shelf with, and when I say shelf, it's more like a nightside stand table or an end table. You have an end table with books on it. So you have the organ, the chair, 3 couches that are positioned to make like a triangular shape with a nightside with a end table with books on it. But on the floor, you see what looks like a symbol that looks similar to the one that you guys found in the alchemy room that turned Tathali into stone. You see another symbol that looks like that on the floor in this room, only much larger. Much, much larger. As if when you solved that puzzle in there, one person could lean down and turn the tiles to solve this puzzle. This time, you're going to need at least 4 people, one on each corner, to turn the tiles. Or you could have one person turning tiles, getting up, moving to the next corner, turning the tile, getting up, turning the tile, getting up, and turning the tile. You know, just depending on how you want to do it. You know, how you want to mess with it. But it is that simple, if this is even a puzzle. But you have seen this puzzle before, so you know the last one definitely was. And I'm just going to give you that as a freebie.
Yeah.
And this is what all of you see as you come into this room. And the first row of bookshelves is all the way on the, like, that row of bookshelves is all the way to the north back wall. Basically, like, right next to the door that you came in at. Then there's an aisle free for walking in between. And then you have the front row of bookshelves. And then you have this one singular bookcase, I guess you could say, sitting not center of the room, but you know, it's just a lone bookcase with books on it. This basically is like
I think
a
it sounds okay.
huh?
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say this
Basically
is
like
you go ahead. I've explained it enough anyways. I'm just over explaining anyway, so I keep interrupting you to just over explain. Go do what you're doing.
I mean, I was just the pins just go to one of the tiles and just kind of say, "How we can." So I think it's we can mess with this one. One of you has an idea how to solve this.
Who solved the last one? I can't even remember which one of you solved the last one.
I think Takashi. Or was it Lucian?
It was Lucian. He came down and leaned down next to, yeah, it was Lucian. And Lucian's not here now.
Well, fuck. How the fuck are we ever supposed to do this then?
That's the spirit that beat the Japanese. Good grief. So what do you all want to do? Don't everybody jump at once.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of just looking at it recently. Like they've fucked around with it enough for today.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll fuck with it. Yes, it'll be Eom. Eom's gonna keep riding the high, like, this is gonna be my explanation for it. He's like riding the high of having these rings.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So he's like excited because he's like, I think I can get more ornaments type shit, right?
Right.
So he's gonna take a closer look at the puzzle.
Okay, so you know it does function kind of like the other puzzle did, you know? The tiles all like turn, you know what I mean? Like it's broken up into 4 corners. Each corner of the it's basically a circle, a square inside that circle, and then intersecting out of the square into the radius of the circle is what looks like a diamond. And each corner of this structure is one giant tile, basically, that turns a piece of this symbol.
Is there anything in the room, if I like look around, or roll a search or something? Is there anything in the room that indicate what the symbol is supposed to look like? Is that like, if I were to turn one, that it looks like it will shift the image in the symbol, right?
It will shift the image in the symbol, yes.
Yeah.
It
So
will-
is
it
there
will-
anything in the
but
room
only-
I can look at and be like,
Only on a
this
corner
looks
of
like
it.
the. Oh, I see. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it will only
Yeah.
shift a corner of it. Not the whole thing, just a corner of it.
Right. So, yeah, is there like
Go ahead and just roll me a
Yeah.
search. Yeah.
roll a search? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not horrendous.
Yeah, no, it's not. You get to looking around and basically I don't really know how to describe this even. I mean in its entirety. But you do see different images. You're just searching around the room, you know, you're walking around, you're looking at books and stuff, and you just happen to look and you see on the organ itself a symbol that looks kind of like this, that kind of looks like what you're looking at right now. The only difference is, and let's see if I can I'm probably going to have to just get creative because I really don't know how to explain it. But it looks like...
Could you just like draw on the board?
Well, that's
so that
that's
I
what
can see it and keep trying to
well, that's kind of what I'm about to
explain
do.
it or whatever.
That's
Yeah.
about what I'm about to do. Actually, I'm just trying to figure out how it would look once it's been, changed. If that makes any sense, you know what I mean? Because what
Right.
it looks like the circle has been broken, right? And because you turn the squares became X's, and that diamond that was once like an open diamond, like a curved diamond, has been turned to look like a straight diamond. Does that make any sense? You basically made the square
Yeah.
X, and because the diamond itself was like the other
Okay. I see.
symbol. Was like the other diamond. How the diamond wasn't like a diamond like with straight lines, but with curved lines that looked like a broken circle,
Right.
but they intersected at the tips. Now you've made the diamond completely straight with straight lines. You see what I'm saying? The square has been turned to look like an X, and the circle is a broken circle that looks like wave lines on either side. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand. So it's more about like shifting it so that the lines come back into place and form the proper shape, if I'm thinking about that correctly.
It looks like a diamond with an X traveling between waves of water. is what it what it
Right.
will look like. Event is what this symbol on this organ means. You see what I'm saying? It is a distinct symbol though. It's carved in there with great care and love. You know what I mean? It's not like scratched in there like some kid on his school desk being like, you know, Billy was here and he likes boobies. You know what I'm saying? It's more like it's been etched in there and finally, you know, ingrained into the back of the organ. It's not a small symbol. It takes up the entire back of the organ. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's like
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
meant to be there. That symbol has a meaning.
Okay,
You
so then
have
what
a
can I roll?
Do you have a knowledge of? We're gonna go with. Oh, for the
I have
longest time.
knowledge arcana,
Hmm.
I have knowledge history, I have knowledge nature, and I have knowledge religion.
Go knowledge history.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
my
that's pretty fucking
gosh.
tasty,
A
actually.
20? That is a hot 20 too, man. Not a natural 20, but
Yeah.
that's a dirty 20 right there, and we'll give it
Yeah.
to you. We'll say that once.
yeah.
How we'll explain this is you just found a book that Mag owns full of different like societies. You know what I mean? Like think like in our terms, in real world terms, you know, like Shriners or even like the Masons.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is a symbol belonging to a society, like a club, you know?
Right.
And that symbol is to the lore delvers. It represents the lore delvers. They call it the traveler's path. You know, the diamond represents protection. The X represents the person, and the waves on either side represent the path. The chaotic nature of the things that they search for, if that makes any sense. You know, lore delvers are known to go into some of the most unknown, forgotten, ancient of places, you know, seeking knowledge above all else. And they, you know what I'm saying? So the waves represent chaos of the journey. You know, the center, the path in between represents their path. The diamond is the protection, like they're, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It represents the fact that these guys are well equipped, you know, be protected when you travel these paths. The X marks the spot. It's the person. It's just
Interesting.
it's just a club, a society. It's not a common club. Like, just not, you know what I'm saying? You're not just going to go into any city
Yeah.
and be like, I'm here. What dues do I have to pay? You know, it's not the union. But, you know, some people have, you know, these guys are fairly known. You know what I mean? Fairly known.
Okay, so Eon's gonna kind of try and like memorize the shape of it, and then he's gonna go and start turning tiles to try and recreate it. So, is there anything I can roll to do that?
No,
or
you don't necessarily need
how
to.
do you want to do that?
You don't necessarily need to. What happens is you start on any one of the corners. We'll just say one of the corners. You know, doesn't matter which
just
one.
any one of them.
Yeah,
See which one does what.
completely superfluous which corner you pick. You know what I mean? But you turn to mimic the shape, right? So you turn that one mimicking the shape, right? And then you're like, okay, and then you start turning the other one to mimic the shape, and it turns just fine, and you start. So depending on how you want to do this, you can go diagonal, like you can turn the tile on this corner, then go diagonal and turn that corner. You can go directly to the corner below it, or you can go to the corner right next, across from it. You see what I'm saying? But so that I actually need to know. Do you decide to go diagonal, the one directly adjacent to it, or the one directly below it?
Let me think. I am going to go in a clockwise circle around.
Okay, so if you're going clockwise, okay, so just for the sake of
for example, if I started in top left, I would go then to top right, and then I would go down to bottom right, and then I would go down to bottom right.
Yeah, you would basically start.
If that makes sense.
You would start northeast, go down to southeast, go over to southwest, and then go to northwest, basically. Clockwise.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, clockwise.
Yeah. So, you turn the northwest one to match it. You go down to the southwest, or no, southeast. You turn the northeast one, then you go southeast, and they both click into place just fine. And then once you go to the southwest one and you start turning that, as you turn that one, you notice that the one that is sitting northeast begins turning with it.
Oh.
Changing the shape.
Okay. So when I see that, I'm going to go back to northeast and try and move it back to see if it still moves independently or not.
It does.
Okay. So I'm going to move it back into position after, assuming I got the one diagonal from it into the proper position. I'm going to move the northeast one back into position.
Okay, so you move the northeast one back into position, right? Which doesn't move when you do that,
southwest.
Yeah, the southwest one doesn't move, right? But
right.
you moved it out of position, you started moving that one, right? Which turned that one. So you still have to get the one that's southwest into position. Like you just started moving it, which turned that one. Yeah. Okay. So the northeast one moves independently, but the one that's southwest will move the one that's northeast. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
then in that case, I'm going to go move the southwest one into proper position, and then I'm going to double back to northeast and move it back to position.
Okay. So you do that, right? And the second they click together, the one that is southeast moves all the way back to its original position.
Okay. Then I'm going to go to northwest and move it into position.
It moves independently and goes into position. So northeast and northwest are both in the shape that you want them.
Okay. And northwest moves independently as well?
Yes, northwest moved independently of itself as well. Yeah.
When I moved southeast earlier, did it look like it moved independently as well?
Southeast,
or did it look like it moved
southeast
northwest?
once you got the northwest or the southwest one back into position? So you had southwest and northwest, or once you had southwest and northeast into position, southeast clicked back to its original spot. It went out of position and went and rotated back into its own position.
Right. But what I'm asking is, when I very first moved southeast, did it look like, was I able to notice that it affected northwest, or did it just move independently as well when I very first moved it?
Which one? Southeast? Southeast?
Yeah.
Yeah, it moved independently.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I'm going to go down to southeast and move it into position as well.
Okay, so you move it into position, right? Because you've moved northwest. Northwest
Mhm.
turns and clicks into position, or turns and clicks itself into original position.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and click it back into place.
You click it into
Okay,
position.
this motherfucker.
You click it into position, and Northeast clicks back into original position.
Okay. So there's a sequence in here. I guess I'm gonna click Northeast back into position as well. And see what happens.
So Northeast, you turn all the way. So everything is back into original position except Southeast and Southwest now. You see what I'm saying? Except,
Okay, Southeast, and Southwest are still.
So, yeah, as soon as you click Southeast into the shape you're trying to mimic, it clicks into place. Nothing else moves. So Southwest and Southeast are now, trying to form that symbol of the traveler. Northwest and Northeast have clicked back into their original positions.
Interesting. Then I am going to move Northwest into position and then Northeast.
So okay, yeah. So you click Northwest, you start turning Northwest, and you turn it, and it goes into position, and Southeast. So you turn or to Southwest. So you click Northeast, Northeast goes into position the way you're trying to get it, right? And then Southwest turns and clicks back into its original position.
Okay. Then I am going to move Southwest into position and then Northeast.
Okay, so you start turning Southwest, and again, just like before, Northeast starts turning with it.
Okay. I'm going to try, since they're both in zero position, I'm going to see if aligning one will align the other as well.
I'm going to allow you to think about this for a minute and just see if there's anything anybody else wants to do, so we don't lose them, because this is, and there is something. I do have a pattern here. You know what I mean? There is something here.
No, I feel you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those funny things, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, regardless of this, what about everybody else? Is there anything anybody else wants to be doing while they're you know what I mean? While they're watching Eon like try to figure out this puzzle while he's running around turning tiles. Is there anything anybody else wants to be doing?
Is there anything just to go look around at, or no?
Well, you
Not
got a bunch of books. I mean, this is kind of a study, so there is a ton of books in here. You've got the back row of books, and you got the front row of books, and then you got that singular bookshelf right there as well.
Out of character, I decided to wait over a bit. I'm getting kind of tired, but yeah, the twins might just go see what books they can find. If there's anything interesting, since that's what we have.
Okay, is there I'll just say you guys are looking through books. I won't be particular about which bookshelf.
Yeah.
I'll just say you guys are looking through books, and go ahead and roll me a search. What about you, Takashi?
I'll do the same thing.
Okay, so you're looking through books as well. Agargus, is there anything you want to be doing?
Um,
That noise?
what'd you say?
Is there anything you'd like to be doing right now? Or are you just content to watch Eon, like, study this puzzle?
Yeah, I'm just content with that.
Okay. Fair enough. You're just like, you're doing it wrong. Remember your training. Oh, yes.
Yeah, for real.
All right. Takashi, go ahead and roll me a search as well. You can roll 2 searches, by the way, Mindoc. Since you have 2 people searching, technically.
Oh, yes. What?
How did you? How?
They're very alike.
It's wild. Yeah, Takashi.
Both of them rolled 9.
Takashi, you're looking through books and stuff, and you find a book that while everybody, you just happen to come across a book, a manual that is like a you could say it's like an entry level manual. Like it's a book, but it reads kind of like a do's and don'ts, a rules guide, if you will, for entry level followers of the hidden path. You know? The problem is with you, Takashi, is that you can't read it at all because you don't know its language. You're slowly picking up the common, but the problem is that you still aren't quite up on reading this type of common. You know the common of Peng Shun, all right, but you don't really understand this common. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell what language this is. But you do find a book that has a guide in there, and as you flip to the back, you see a star. And that star sits in the shape that Eom is messing with right now. The shape he's trying to make out of it, that's not the shape you see. That's not the symbol you see. What you see is the symbol that Eom is messing with right now. But in the center of all of that, touching the radius of this entire circle, is a star. And that's, for whatever reason, that feels important to you, even though you can't read what this means, what the book is trying to tell you about this symbol that you're looking at.
I guess I'm gonna run the Eon and be like, hey, this might be helpful. Can't read it though, but it might be helpful.
Eon kind of takes a look at the page and sees the symbol, and then he looks at Takashi's face and kind of scowls, but he's still going to try and adjust his strategy,
Well, what it says
just kind of like, you're gonna fucking help me.
how dare you find a clue that's gonna be useful.
Right, exactly.
So
he's like annoyed.
Yes,
visibly annoyed.
I love it because Takashi's like, I did good, and Eom's like, I hate you.
Why must you persist?
It's like SpongeBob and Squidward.
Yeah, exactly. The underneath the symbol too, the writing what it says, because it is just typical common of like something you would find Mag, the kind of common that Mag speaks, or this continent, you know what I'm saying? And you're not even really
Yeah.
on the continent, but
Siren,
it's just, yeah,
Siren common.
yeah, it's just a, you know, common that sits there and it talks about, you know, this is again the followers of the hidden path, everything you know about, you know, and you realize this is a guide, and this last page with this symbol on it, because it's on the very last page, tells you, now remember, brothers, you are the guiding star of the unknown, and just like a star, follow your North Star. It will take you through the darkest of dungeons, the darkest of paths, and the darkest of days. While you are the very tip of the star leading the way, remember that sometimes it takes 4 corners to solve the problem.
He looks annoyed that he thinks he has to ask for help. That he has to have everybody to solve this.
Yeah.
He is going to shift all of the tiles into their 0 position, or try to reset the puzzle somehow. You know, whatever that takes to do. He's gonna reset the puzzle.
And as you turn the page, right, you see that the star is numbered. The numbers, each hitting the 4 corners of the star, ignoring the tip of the star, the 5th, because that's you, right? With, let's see here, northwest being number 1, southeast being 2, northeast being 3, northwest being 4. And right after that, it says, now remember your guide. 1 you must turn. If ever you're lost, start here. Then look ahead, brother, and travel to 2. That will be the place you must turn to next. Then, step to the side if danger comes from behind. That will be the 3rd turn you must make. And if all else fails, if chased, look ahead once more. That will be the 4th place you must be, and that will be the safest place of all. Turn there last at all else. But be sure of yourself, because sometimes it takes 4 to accomplish the task. Should you turn by yourself, you will have to begin at 1.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to do it myself, and I'm going to start at 1, go down to 2, across to 3, and then down to 4.
So as you begin doing that,
Like it suggests in the sequencing.
so you've got the right idea, but the problem is once you turn 1, right, you head across to 2, you turn 2, you jump up to 3, but once you click in 3, 1 and 2 click back into place.
Ah, son of a bitch. He's gonna be like, alright, I need 3 other people. Or, wait, no, 3 other people. He starts counting on his fingers. And then plus me, yeah, that's right, 3. I need 3 other people to solve this. And I'm just as annoyed about it as you are. But if we want more rings, we want more ornaments.
Yeah, it's alright. Just point me in the right direction.
I'm just gonna ask you and be like, why would I be annoyed, Dad? I'm gladly help you.
He's just like, yeah, just go stand in the corner. I'm not. And then when whomever. Okay, so the twins come down to other corners.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He explains the sequence to everybody real quick. And he's like, walks around, shows everybody the picture. He's like, we can try this one of two ways. We can either go with the sequence like it is in the book, like it says, or we can try and turn them all at once, and make this pattern, make this shape. I think if we all did it at once and click them into place at the same time, that would probably work. So.
What do y'all?
And then
wanna
we
do?
all turn them into place at the same time, and it worked.
So. So you all do turn them all at the same time, right?
Yeah.
1 and 2 do click into place. 3 and 4 click into place, but then turn sideways.
Then they turn sideways.
Then they turn sideways, breaking the symbol. You're close. You're so close. You're so close. I'll give you this. I'll give you this because you guys have done so well. Think about what it actually says. It says go to 1 to 2. Then 3.
Yeah, so it
then
does
3
want the
to 4.
sequencing.
Then 3 to 4. So what you did in essence was you still got 1 and 2 correct. You know what I mean? You went 1, then went over and did 2, right? And they clicked into place, but once you clicked 3 and 4 into place, that made 1 and 2 reset, right? So think about what it's saying. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're really close on what you're thinking. You just got to think about.
Okay. Then we turn 3 and 4 at the same time.
Right now you do.
Yeah.
That causes
Okay.
1 and 2 to turn sideways.
Okay.
You're close. You're still close. You know what I'm saying? You just got to think about what should you do first before anything else.
1 and 2, and then 3 and 4.
Well, I'll give you this hint. What did you have to do to the clocks before even beginning their puzzle?
Oh, reset them.
I mean,
I reset them. That's what I did.
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, you zeroed everything out, right?
Yeah.
Like on a calculator before you even start doing other like you do your equations, and then before you even start a whole other set of equations, what do? You know what I mean? So yeah. Basically, yeah. But
okay.
Once you
then
reset
I do another
everything,
zero out.
Yeah. So now you zero everything out. Now what do?
Fuck.
You had the right idea earlier. You did have the right idea earlier. The second time around.
1 to 2, then 3 to 4. Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, correct. But how did you do that? Like the first time you had everybody turn at the same time and 2 things offset.
Okay.
Then you see what I'm saying?
So then turn 1 and 2 at the same time, and then turn 3 and 4 at the same time.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. fuck.
You're like, why are you making puzzles? Like, I don't understand this.
No, it's okay. It would be one of those things that it'd be easier if it was like a video game and I could see the way it was affecting the puzzle in real time.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm having to imagine it.
I have no way of
You know,
showing
so
that.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to put away like a visual aspect of it and the way that it's turning,
Mhm.
and substitute that with just numbers.
Yeah, and I really don't have. I mean, I guess I do have a way of showing that, but I didn't think to. What I could have done was made the drawing.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of work though.
Yeah, and then section it into puzzles, and then bring you guys on to Roll20, and then just have you turn it yourself. But it just. Yeah, honestly, we were so past this, I did not expect you guys to come in here, so it just didn't dawn on me to even do it, you know, to do that prep work. But with that said, you guys managed to do this. It all clicks together, and then you hear a loud click that echoes throughout the halls. And that's it.
He's like, so what did that open?
It's so funny. It's actually so funny because of how tough this puzzle is. It's actually really hilarious what you've just done. And I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
Did we do something really fucked up?
I can't. I mean, I can't really.
Yeah.
I can't say. Like, you just know that something opened. Yes. Like before when you solved the last puzzle and you heard something click, you know what I mean? And it took you down into that room with the mimic. You know what I mean? Oh heck, I'm just gonna tell you. I'm not gonna be that kind of DM. I'm just gonna tell you guys. So you know the room with the mimic, right? Had that door that had no handle on it. And when you solved that puzzle in there, that opened up that door. That was the way to get into that room, right? And I made a point of mentioning how that door looks similar to the door you had shrunk earlier. And I was like, and I hadn't expected Eom to just pull out that number and get you guys into that room early.
So the door that it would have opened is the door that I was fucking shrunk.
Yeah, and you just did this whole puzzle so you could unlock something that you don't even need to unlock. Yes. Yes. So I hope you enjoyed this little bit of lore I got to drop about the lore delvers and the way of the hidden path. You know, just so you can solve a puzzle that you didn't even need to solve. But I was like,
that is so dang
you're
funny.
allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm glad you like it. Because I've been sitting here with this big old grin on my face this entire time. I'm like, he's struggling so hard with this puzzle, and it's not going to do anything. And
that is fucking brilliant. You know, there's like a Shakespearean fucking poetry to that I'm the one that bypassed and solved the next.
Yeah, you've initially opened this door twice. Yes, you've initially opened up this same door twice.
Oh, fuck.
That's why I kept saying you guys weren't supposed to get in there just yet. You know, like.
Very funny.
Yeah. You were not supposed to get in there just yet. Like, you weren't ever even supposed to run into that Sharn. You know what I mean? Like, I had a whole thing planned out about how going past that room was going to freak out the birds and yada, 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 and then let you guys, you know, either just completely ignore it or see about messing with the door, and then the Sharn might come out or may, you know, stay in there or whatever. You know what I mean? And then you just completely went in there, and I was like, well, now they got to run into it, you know? And I was just
That's
like,
funny.
this is so early. This is like end game content that they're doing right now. And yeah. So to have you actually still come and explore this room and solve that puzzle, I'm just like, well, I'm glad.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. I was like, oh no, I thought up this puzzle. I'm not going to railroad them on this. I thought up this puzzle. They're doing it. If they want to come in here, they're doing this puzzle. Yeah, so.
That's yeah, that's hilarious. That was like a master crafted fucking bait and switch. You know, like that. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was like, they're gonna.
That's incredibly entertaining.
Part of me thought they're gonna be so pissed off when they get done with this because of how long this is taking.
Man, I really probably should be, but there's something that, like, I don't know. That's hilarious, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's oddly,
really funny.
Yeah, it's very satisfying to me. I'll tell you that right now. But I am utterly satisfied with this whole ordeal.
You're straight up like, fuck you. You bypassed my puzzle. Now I'm going to subject you to it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys want to continue searching the rooms. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, I mean, I left all this stuff in here. So, I mean, yeah, let them find it all. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking funny.
So, with that said, though,
Good stuff.
other than more books and this organ, that's all that's left in this room. So,
I'm going to play it like Eom is going to be looking forward to finding whatever door that opens.
yeah.
You know, he's going to be like convinced it's got to be somewhere later on. You know.
Oh, neat. Okay. You should really, when he doesn't find that door, you should really have him ask Winchester the third, like, what does that open? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking somewhere along the lines of being like, you know, well, if we come across a conveniently unlocked door, he's going to be like, well, obviously that's the door I unlocked.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
but yeah, if I never get that chance, then yeah, that might be the angle that I play it with. You're like, what? You know, what was with the door?
Well, if that's
that never opened.
Yeah. Well, unless you
what
guys
would you do
want
with
to
that puzzle in the organ room?
Unless you guys want to inspect anything else, like more books or the organ, this is really the whole point of this room, is that one puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's really up to you guys what you want to do now. You can do this.
No,
or...
I think we accomplished it.
So it's back to the boiler room with y'all? Is that the general consensus?
Might as well.
Yeah, it's the last way, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So after
I wasted enough of their time.
So after thoroughly inspecting this entire basement, you guys find yourselves back in the boiler room, staring at the trapdoor that will take you deeper into the basement. Once again, hot air wafts out at you. As you guys stand over this trapdoor doesn't have a stairway. It is completely it's got a ladder, you know, just a wooden ladder that takes you down there. And it's not like pitch black down there either. You can see visible light. Actually, it looks pretty well lit down there. Actually, you can see the ground that you'll be stepping onto, and it looks like it's made of dirt. And you can feel the heat rising up from this area as you all, and I'm just gonna say, unless there's any objections, you all begin to descend into this basement. And I think that's where we're gonna end tonight's session, is on that note.
Fuck yeah, I knew that we were getting ready to end after it took me like fucking 30 minutes to solve a puzzle that we didn't need to solve.
Well, you know,
Sorry about that, fellas.
Well, it's okay.
No, I mean, there's much on my purpose.
You know, I said at the beginning of the session that we were in a forced march, and in the beginning I had planned on just beginning you guys going down the ladder into this basement. But instead I chose to ask it in hopes that you all would do it, like search out the rest of this basement, because I kind of wanted to give Tempest a chance to be here for what's coming next. You know? So everybody could be here. You know? For what you all are about to do. Without giving too much away. I just feel like maybe everybody should be here. So I was glad you all said, well, yeah, let's check out the rest of this basement. But what cracks me up, we would have been done a while ago had you all not had you guys said, no, forget this room, we're gonna go to the basement now, you know, instead of the storage room. If you had, you know, we would have been done. But like I said, the second you went into that room and you started messing with that puzzle, I said, no, we're gonna do this. We are definitely gonna do this, because this is pure entertainment right here. The reward from this,
Yeah, absolute cinema.
yeah, I could not help myself. I was just like, yes, this is pure magic right here. So
That was awesome.
thank you. I'm so glad you guys really aren't that salty at me about that. I really am, because
I'm not. I thought it was funny.
This could go either way. Either they're gonna be like, "Are you kidding me right now?" or they're gonna be like, "Oh, huh."
Well, part of what it is for me is that it feels so synchronistic, because I was just telling you the other day about if you my personal love for puzzles in general, you know? So once I decided that I was going to tackle it, I just couldn't. I gotta solve this.
Yeah.
I have to know that.
I have to do
I
this.
started it, I got finished it, I gave everybody the opportunity to tackle it, I'm doing it.
Yeah. It was.
So, you know, I don't know.
It was
paired with the fact that it's kind of like I said, that Shakespearean fucking poetry behind it.
Yeah, the fact that Eon figured out how to bypass it in the first place, and it still got him. Yeah.
He's the one that ended up doing the puzzle tagged to it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just to unlock a door. Honestly, for the audience at home, you've got to check out. I think it's episode 3 is where this happened. I know the thumbnail is a picture of Takashi standing there up again with a Sharn looking at him like it's about to eat him. So whichever episode that thumbnail is attached to, that's the episode that Eon figured out how to bypass that door in the first place. So I suggest going back and watching and listening to that, just so you could see what we're really talking about here. But basically, they weren't supposed to be able to get into that door till they solved that puzzle. And the fact that Eom has wood shape and just was like, well, I'll just shrink it down. And I'm like, well, I can't say no to that. I mean, it is just a wooden door. I mean, I honestly can't say no to that. That would just be railroading. So yeah, go ahead. I was like, that they're not
should have been like, no, it's steel.
And then and then the second they solve that puzzle in there, they'll know how to. They'll completely forget about that room back there, because that's going to take them to the room full of with the mimic. So that room's pretty much, you know, dead on arrival. And then you guys still went there, so I was like, yes.
Yeah, that's funny.
anytime the dungeon can be used fully. So yeah, you guys got yourselves 100% completion in this basement, by the way. everything you could find, you pretty much found. Well, I take that back. There's one more thing, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to spoil it. Don't bother looking for it. It's not worth what you'll find. There's one more thing you could do, but I promise you, you don't have to listen to me, but I promise you, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it.
Elaborate.
That's all.
What kind of not worth it?
No, I'm not going to
Is
elaborate.
it not worth it in the same manner that this door puzzle wasn't worth it? Or is it not worth it in the manner of, like, the way that the fucking, what do you call it, the sonograph or whatever wasn't worth it? Like, because that was totally worth it. It's just that they walked away a little fucked up.
Yes. No, what I'm saying is that it's not worth it. That's all I'm gonna say. Because if it piques your interest enough that you genuinely decide next session, no, we're gonna go find this thing now. We're gonna go make sure. You know, you guys decide to metagame and be like, well, you know what though, that room, you know, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. I almost gave something away and I'm not going to, but blah, blah, blah. And you go looking again and you do find it. I mean, I'm going to have a good time. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to have a good time. So it's completely up to you. Or you could just finally go down into the basement and see what's down there. It's really up to you.
What's the fun in that?
No, don't get me wrong. I'm going to have fun no matter what. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, I just watched Eom try to solve a puzzle for 30 minutes, and I was having a great time. So, you guys went and found the phonograph. I had a great time, you know? You messed with my moon and sun clocks. I had a great time, you know? I got to lore dump about the way of the hidden path with the lore delvers. I had a good time. I've been having a good time, so, you know, it's really up to you. I'm just telling you it's not worth it. That's all I'm saying. Whatever you're thinking, yes. That's all I'm going to tell you. Yes. It's really up to you, and I will let you metagame next session and come up with any excuse you think you have to go through the rooms and see what it is you missed. I almost told you earlier what room it would be, and then I stopped myself and said, nope, don't tell them that. They'll know which room it's in. So, really up to you guys. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. But with that said, I want to thank the listeners at home for joining us on yet another session. I want to thank Dem Ol'school Gamers for letting me DM for them, even when I let them waste their own time. I want to thank them for not being upset with me about it. You know, I have so much fun. I have so much fun doing this. So I hope it's fun for you, the audience at home, and I hope it's fun for you guys, them Ol'school Gamers. And yeah, we'll see you next time. You know, y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.